Okay. Normally I'd wait longer, but I'm actually irritated right now. Wait, hold on. Let's get some background music. Okay. So I said I'd go on a law rant, and I will. For those that don't know, there's been this chess drama going on. I'm not really into the chess scene, but the story's super interesting. Basically, a bunch of different entities are accusing one guy, Hans Niemann, I think his name is, of being a cheater. I think it was chess.com. So one of the entities has like a log of like prove that he cheated in online matches. What he said is basically he's admitted to online cheating, but not over the board cheating. And one of the people to first publicly try to expose him for this is, yes, Magnus, who is, I think he was the best chess player in the world at the time when that happened. I don't know how, I don't know if he's still, I don't pay attention to rankings or whatever. Anyways, really, really, really good chess player. So what happened recently is Hans Niemann brought a $100 million lawsuit against Magnus's company, basically all the entities that said you're cheating, for $100 million. Now, nothing on the internet like that as far as like, oh, well, this is completely, utterly ridiculous. That other people might not see as ridiculous. As an attorney, are these frivolous lawsuits that are brought and people defending them. People obviously have no idea what they're talking about. It's fucking infuriating. First of all, this lawsuit is dog shit. The reason this lawsuit is dog shit, at least he's not going to get a penny from Magnus if Magnus actually goes to trial. Magnus never came out and so you cannot be successfully sued for defamation for a statement of opinion. You can for a statement of fact, but then you also then have to prove that the statement is unprivileged, because privileged statements can't fall under defamation. And you have to prove that there's the intent behind that. Opinions cannot, I repeat, opinions cannot be considered defamation. If oh, I see. Hold on, I gotta. Gotta fix this real quick. Okay, that's probably fine. All right. Anyways, if I say
time to tip the scale,
there's a really good example of this on one of the base law sites that you can find, because I think this is a really good example for lay people. This is the difference between a fact and an opinion. I call somebody a thief. That is an opinion. That's not a statement of fact. That's considered an opinion, legally speaking. If I were to say, this person stole items, these 2 items on this day, blah, blah, like I point out a specific instance of theft, and I was falsely making that statement, that is a so-called factual statement in which somebody can be defamed. You cannot be defamed through an opinion. Do you know how many defamation lawsuits we would face every time somebody talks shit about somebody else? Them calling him a cheater is not defamation. And people need to get that through their heads. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about a difference between online and over the board, which that doesn't mean anything. Especially when we're talking about like a person's perception of another human. His electronic cheating shouldn't matter. His electronic cheating shouldn't matter because he didn't do it over. There's no proof they did it over the board. So you're saying you ignore a cheater's track record as to how it could possibly be considered, with all the other suspicious circumstances, also a cheater. That, like, you can't take that into consideration. That's not how that works. I hate when people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, put their 2 cents into legal situations without first prefacing, well, I don't really know the law, but this is how I see how it should work. Okay, that's fine. If that's how you think it should work, whatever. I can't argue with that. We all wish some things worked in different ways, you know? But that's not how it actually works, and stop presenting it to people online as though you know what you're talking about, because you don't. The lawsuit is garbage. As far as I can tell, now maybe I missed this, I could have missed this, but I can't point out one specific circumstance that anybody said he cheated over the board at this time that he, like, that's in question. They're calling him a cheater, and they say it might go, like, be both online and over the board, but they're not pointing out a specific instance. Thus, there's no fact. Magnus resigned after a move. And some people will say, well, he did that because he thought he was being... He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He didn't say, I resigned because I thought Hans cheated. He thinks he's a cheater. He implied that he thought Hans is a cheater, but he didn't say any... There was no factual statement made as to Hans being a cheater. Yes, the butt plug. That's a meme theory. It is really funny though. So, as long as their lawyers don't crumble and are competent, this lawsuit should get destroyed. A lot of people will bring defamation lawsuits just throwing shit at the wall, hoping that it somehow rehabilitates their public image. But problem is that doesn't always work. And what could happen, there are times where lawsuits are considered so ridiculous that the person who brought the lawsuit is ordered to pay the attorney's fees of the party that had to waste their time addressing the ridiculousness of this lawsuit. He's admitted to cheating, meaning that he has a track record in which he has said, I have cheated. Thus, it is reasonable for anyone to think, whether it be online or over the board, to think that he might try to do it again, regardless of how difficult it might, easy versus difficult it might be. He has a track record of doing it. He has that state of mind. And he'd have to actually prove that any of these statements are unprivileged, which I don't think he's going to be able to do at all. I personally, in my reading of the articles or whatever, have not found one statement that would be considered unprivileged that he didn't admit to. Chess.com released the "We believe you cheated during all these things and we have evidence." How is he going to prove that that's a specific instance, but they provided evidence behind it? They're not just saying shit just to say shit, because another type of unprivileged or privileged statement is one in which you are warning somebody of danger. Fraud. Yeah, they are. YouTube didn't like it. Anyways, my last point was that another argument that their lawyers can make, not Hans, the respondents in this case can make, is that something that could be considered a privileged statement is also something that is a statement made to warn others of danger. Fraud is a crime. Is that danger? I think most people would say yes. Doesn't have to be of the violent variety. If it's going to do something to damage your person, that would be considered danger. So I just hope I don't see any of you in some comment section talking about laws, though you're presenting yourself as an expert, saying really dumb shit. I was in Charlie's comment section. I don't know why I didn't even bother looking. The amount of people that just were saying absolutely brain dead bullshit, it was incredible. I can't believe the amount of people who don't know what they're talking about and are willing to go on the internet and not know what they're talking about but pretend like they do. It's amazing. It is amazing how fucking the hubris of these individuals. These people are morons. Some people in the respondent's situation will settle, like I was saying, just to avoid bad PR. I hope they don't settle. I hope they fucking crush him. I hope he has to pay their attorney's fees too, because this lawsuit's terrible. That's an opinion. That is not a statement of fact that they could come after me for as defamation. That, and nobody cares what I say, so I wouldn't cause any actual damages for them to come after. But that's just, I can say that. It's an opinion. That's my opinion based on my understanding of the law. His lawsuit is garbage. To answer your question, Tal, do they look blue? Oh yeah, they kind of do. My eyes aren't blue, but my contacts are tinted blue so that I can see them when I don't have them in, because my eyesight's so bad. You can have them clear, but you can also get them tinted blue, which is what I have. I didn't realize that they actually made my eye color look blue though. I thought you could see the outline of it a little more, but I didn't realize it actually gave off the impression that my eyes were blue. Sorry that took up like 20 minutes of early stream, but I was just reading those comments before I started. I just got so irritated by the fucking dumb shit that people say. And I think they know what they're talking about. This is what's gonna happen. No, you're idiots. Shut up. Talk about what you know about. If you're a doctor, go talk about medicine. That's fine. I can't really tell you anything about medicine. I'm not a fucking doctor. But don't talk to me about the fucking law. So, as you can see, it says Students of Gaming. My wife commissioned Carmello to make that, because those models are all models that Carmello made when we first started the channel. My wife commissioned Carmello to make a movie poster of us based on The Force Awakens, which had just been released at that time, to make a poster for me. She's so good at like super thoughtful gifts. You'll have to go back and read what I was saying, or listen to what I was saying, Brian. I'm not gonna repeat everything I was talking about earlier. There's a whole 14-minute video that, well, no, I guess it's all gonna be a part of the same video, because I didn't end the stream. But yeah, just go back to the beginning of the stream. No. The whole thing is blue. Actually, wait. No, maybe that's not true. Maybe the center is clear. I've only ever paid attention to the... No, the center has to be clear. Because when I'm putting it in, I have to look directly in the middle, and I use a little trick so that I'm looking at a light. And that light doesn't... There's no, like, blue refraction or whatever it would be called from it. So the center has to be clear. It's just all the outside is blue. Like, it extends to the cornea. Like, if you were right in front of me, you'd be able to see that the cornea has kind of a blue outline to it. Like, right around where the white of the cornea, I should say, first starts. It, like, edges out into the white of the eye a little bit. I actually did have something similar to that recently. I don't do personal injury, but I did this case because it was so laughably bad and it pissed me off. So I'm gonna end up getting that person probably 5 times the amount they were going to get had they not hired me to do it. Like, this is a situation where they admit that they were at fault. And then they're like, but we want to give you this paltry amount of money. And I'm like, no. Pissed me off. Pissed. Just looking at them like, that's ridiculous.
It looks just like the other one.
You're right, Techie, but that's the thing. Just because somebody presents something as fact doesn't actually make it a fact. Like, you could take let's just take any political figure. And somebody goes, based on the evidence of their track record, this person is dog shit in their fucking position. You might present it as fact, but it's not actually fact. That's an opinion. You can state it as forcefully as you want. That doesn't suddenly make it a fact. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to click on the game. I want you to see my angry face. But yeah, I will say there's nothing that can get a lawyer at their best fast enough than them seeing a dog shit lawsuit. Correct, Hal. When I say that Final Fantasy IX is the objectively best Final Fantasy game ever, even though Final Fantasy VII is my favorite, it's not a fact. It's an opinion. Them angry blue eyes. Should be my new handle. Them angry blue eyes. But yeah, that's just... It is entirely possible that I missed some statement that was said somewhere, because I've read a bunch of articles on it, like trying to find different quotes and stuff to see if I was missing something. I don't think I have. Well, that's the thing. Normally I don't read comment sections because comment sections are... This is why I don't read comment sections. A lot of fucking idiots in there. Except for the people in my comment sections. You guys are absolutely wonderful. And you always contribute to some very engaging conversation or like to point out facts that I might have not known. See... Our comment section is how all comment sections should be. But they're not. Thanks, Fulp. My hair is actually awful right now. I need getting a cut, but otherwise. No, but and I'm not being facetious here. Our comment sections are really good. I like reading our comments. The only comments that get kind of out of hand, but it's meme worthy at this point, so I don't even like sweat over it, are people who make fun of our Breath of the Wild playthrough. Like, yeah, we know we weren't any good, and no, your comments about what happened in episode 5 when we have 151 episodes in the playlist is not going to be something that changes anything. You just want to see yourself look smart. That's why you're saying it. Alright. Oh, scheisse. That's why. What was this? There we go. Okay. Come on, game should show up. There we go. There we go. Oh, Sigma's watching you. No, your comments are fine, Techie. There are some people though that are like, I can't even watch this. And I'm like, okay, like, what do you think I'm gonna do about it? Take down the other 140 episodes because you're like, this is ridiculous. I mean, you can share your opinion. I guess I just don't understand the reason for sharing an opinion that doesn't actually do anything but whine. And in circumstances where, like, okay, let's say somebody's like, look guys, it's obvious you guys didn't have any experience coming into this game. When you play games like this, it'd probably be better as a viewer for at least one of the players to have some experience in playing the game. That's a constructive criticism. That is something that could be useful. I can't watch anymore. It's not useful. It's not gonna do anything. I guess it just makes you feel better, I suppose. Did you feel like you wasted your time? I guess. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Those videos are old. I don't give a shit. But yeah. So the ultimate, I guess, statement being made here is that comment sections suck, and everybody knew that already. So none of that mattered. They surely do. They surely do. Also, thank you to Pedro for the sub. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Well, I didn't miss it, but I was in the middle of a rant, and God knows I gotta keep going when I'm in the middle of a good rant. Everything self-published or like published through your own entity, it's always gotta be heavily scrutinized. Oh, it's been published in a scientific journal. It's my own scientific journal, but it's a scientific journal nonetheless. I say this as a scholar who has been published. Law journal, obviously, not a scientific. I pity the scientific journal that would publish something that I'd write. All right, so we started, we got back, we're at the warehouse. It looks just like the other warehouse with the white doors.
That map?
That's the map.
I thought so. This one is right under the floor A warehouse.
That would make sense. So it would seem.
Are those?
Those are white doors.
There are 3 of them.
Yeah, that's good, Clover. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go take a closer look.
I knew it. These are chromatic doors. See? They've got a little box right next to them, just like the others.
So it would seem. I guess we'll be coming back here pretty soon.
Yeah, well, we might not have to.
What do you mean?
We both have 6 BP right now.
Hey! Hey! Don't give me that with your smiling eyes and smiling smile. Yeah, that's true.
We're a
So?
pair, right? And
Yeah.
who's our opponent?
Quark.
Exactly. But he's in the pod right now, so...
Clover, don't do this. You aren't saying we should pick Betray, are you?
Weren't you planning to? I thought that was why you were okay with option C when we were making the groups.
No, that's not. I thought that with Quark's condition, I'd be able to choose ally and not worry about getting betrayed.
Oh, come on. You don't need to lie to me.
Hey, I can always raise a glass to somebody that refuses a ton of money on principle, because that is not easy to do. What a guy. What a guy.
We're partners. That means we share the same destiny.
Is she coming on to me? This sounds like some shit you put in your wedding vows. Well, was Zero Jr. hitting on me? Not gonna lie, I don't know how I'd feel about that. An AI hitting on me? I don't know, have y'all seen her? Some AIs can be pretty sexy. Although, to be fair, that AI had the voice of Scarlett Johansson. It's an AI rabbit, but it's an AI. They can make that look like whatever they want it to. Is it Gregory or Grigori? Or is it neither of those? I've never known how to pronounce that. Sorry, I saw a friend that I haven't seen in a few years and we drank a little bit tonight, so. I'm in a peppy mood.
So let's not hide anything from each other, okay?
I'm not hiding anything.
Wait, you're serious? You were really going to pick ally? Whoa, hold on a second there. We might not get another chance like this. Let's say we ally and get up to 8 points. We don't know if we'll be able to get any points next round.
Even if we do, we'll be back down to 6 and then we just get it. Oh God, Clover. We're in a good spot here.
For all we know, there might not even be a next round. There are 3 other people with 6 BP, right?
And let me guess, instead of actually doing that, they just gave the money to nobody. Because that's what people like to do. They're just like, fine, nobody gets it then. I fucking hate when organizations do that. It's like, because it's a penis thing. It's like, you dare challenge what we say? What we say is absolute. And if you challenge us, then nobody gets anything. How dare you question the size of my penis?
Dio, K, and Phi. What do you think's going to happen if one of them gets 9 points this round?
I'll probably leave. That's not gonna happen.
Why not?
Phi and Luna are playing against Temioji. He's only got 1 BP left, though. I don't really think they'd pick Betray. Temioji picked Ally, they'd kill him. Same goes for Dio. He's playing against Alice and K, and Alice's BP...
No! Don't even think about that!
I agree. But her BP is the same as Temioji's, so unless Dio's willing to kill someone, he won't be able to get his BP to 9.
Then Alice has to vote Betray.
I mean, I would. Yeah, it's generally the best defensive
But
choice.
if Dio chooses Ally, then K would have 9 BP.
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, it's just like I said then. If K gets 9 BP, then there won't be a third AB game.
Well, that's operating under the assumption that he'll leave right away. It's probably what would happen. Well, that's not necessarily the case.
So it's over when someone gets 9 BP.
No, as long as that person...
Dio
So
would.
you think that K will stay here, even if he gets enough points to leave?
Damn, what a boss. What a fucking boss. Yo, what's up, Mr. Minguez? Yes, we're talking about the minuscule phallic mentality. Or as I like to call it, small dick energy. I don't know, but it's possible.
No, it's not.
Actually, no, I call it little dick energy, not small. This alcohol's messing with my insults. Small dick energy. It just doesn't have the same ring to it. Little dick energy! See, that rolls off the tongue a little better. Unlike their dicks. I'll be right back. Of course, he has big dick energy. The organization has little dick energy. I wish I had some cookies right now, too. Same. Well, we can think about how we're going to vote later. For now, we need to get back to the others. There's a couple things I got to do when we get back. Are you taking a shit? Why don't you communicate with me?
Fine.
Okay, back to floor A then. Let's move. I turned and headed for the exit. After a few moments, I heard Clover's footsteps following behind me. That's weird. I've never gotten that error before. It said something about audio buffering. There were no other conflicts other than that. But not running at high CPU. Oh, I have an idea though. Perhaps this may help. There we go. All right. All right. Hopefully that works.
Oh, thank goodness you're back.
Yep.
Are we the last ones?
Yes.
Hey, where's Quark?
Oh, yeah. About that. Tamioji's expression was furious. From the way he was stomping toward me, I felt like I only had a few seconds before I was on the ground with his hands around my neck. I explained what had happened with Quark and the pods as quickly as I could. Put him in the pods!
So are these pod things really safe?
Probably.
Probably?
No, they're definitely safe.
Well, are they
It's fine.
safe or aren't they? Look, I'm just worried about him, all right? Can you take me to this treatment center, Clover?
Don't
worry. We've still got 20 minutes left. Plenty of time to go have a look and come back.
Okay. Come on then.
As soon as she finished, she was off. Tamioji followed at her heels, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone out the magenta door. Alright, you guys got some splaining to do.
I beg your pardon?
Did I fucking stutter? You opened the AB gates before Clover and I got back, didn't you? I want to know why the hell you go and do something like that, assholes.
Sigma, take a look.
As she spoke, Vi gestured toward the line of AB rooms. Only one was open.
It's not like we opened them all up.
So you're saying only one person, or one pair, jumped the gun here?
Yes.
Well, let me fucking guess who it was.
I opened it.
Of course you did, you fucking douchebag. Oh, so it was you, obviously. Figured as much.
It's not really a big deal, okay? I mean, you came right back.
Yes, Dio. Yes, it is a big deal.
Why? If you hadn't made it back by the deadline, you'd have just defaulted to ally.
No, not just. Are you telling me you didn't know? Didn't you find one of these notes?
What?
We found this in the treatment center.
There was no such thing in the pressure exchange chamber.
I didn't see one in the pantry either.
Ah, well, whatever. You should really probably read it, though.
Here are some more AB game rules for you. Not voting is not a option. If both parties refuse to vote, then every bunny gets penalized. In other words, one person out of every color group of 3 has to vote.
You get it now? If we hadn't gotten back in time, Clover, Quark, and I could have died. And you just...
All right, I get it. Sorry. Cut me some slack, though, man. I didn't know.
So you wouldn't have opened the gate if you did?
Of course I wouldn't have. What the hell, bro?
The hell, bro? Not your bro, pal. Fucking Dio.
You said the room you went into was a treatment center, right?
Yeah?
If they treat people there, I'd think they'd have shelves of medicine and stuff. Did you find any Accelavir?
Nope. It's not really that kind of place. It just had those pods and that was it. Well, in a fish tank with some fake jellyfish. Besides, if we'd found anything to cure Radical 6, we wouldn't have put Quark in the pod.
I see. Can the pod cure Radical 6?
No, unfortunately.
How do you know that?
Because it told us? Something about how it can provide relief from the symptoms, but it can't actually cure the disease. Better than nothing, though. Oh, right. There's one more thing about the pods I should tell you. As quick as I could, I explained what the records had said about the pod's occupants and their cold sleep.
Cold sleep?
Are you suggesting that 3 of us were, until recently,
Cryogenically frozen, yes. If you could trust what we read, yeah.
Which of us are the pod people then?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Didn't say who they were or even when they were frozen.
So this cold sleep, that means they basically froze the body solid, right? Not like how a bear or something hibernates where it just slows way down.
Yeah, I think so.
So what would happen to the heart?
What?
Wouldn't it stop when you were put into a cold sleep?
Your heart stops. Your bracelet comes off.
Oh! So if we go into the cold sleep, our bracelets would come off.
Then we can just defrost ourselves right away.
You said there were 3 pods, right?
We'd only need to do it 3 times for the 9 of us.
Uh-huh.
I imagine that will work for you, but perhaps not so much for me.
He's sad as a bitch. The armor.
Don't worry. I'm sure we'll figure something out. We should go have a look at any rate. We'll be able to come up with a plan once we know more.
Of course.
What? What do you mean the cold sleep function doesn't work?
I'm sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize for, Luna. Zero Senior must have just locked it down.
When Clover and I were here, it worked.
Yeah, I remember checking it.
Then that bastard set this up. Oh, that's low.
It is not pleasant, but consider this. We have seen how thorough Zero is. Would he really have left such an obvious loophole?
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. If Zero Jr. heard me, he could have shut it off.
Whatever the case, it is an unfortunate outcome.
Unfortunate? Really? You sure? Aren't you just a little bit relieved? After all, we were gonna get our bracelets off while you were stuck with yours.
How could you say that? I would never be so petty as...
Everybody can be that petty. Before Kay could finish, the announcer's voice echoed through the facility.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Well, and it's interesting that you say that, Brian, because somebody has to get to 9 points. So, like, they need 1 bracelet to get to 9. I suppose they could just do that with the bracelets off anyways, but... Right? Yeah, it changes even if the bracelets are off, right? Takes a lot of discipline. But not so much discipline as to not do it at all, which would be the smart thing.
All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Time's running out. We should get back, guys.
I'm staying here. I can't leave Quark.
Are you nuts, old man? You're a solo. Luna and Phi could kill you.
Yeah, I know. I've only got 1 BP.
Exactly. If you don't vote, you'll default to ally. All they have to do is pick Betray.
Why would Luna pick Betray, though?
We won't. You staying here won't change our vote.
Right.
We were gonna fuck you anyways.
We always intended to choose ally. Tenmyoji staying here is just another reason for us to stick to that plan.
It depends on Clover's behavior. That'll decide what I do first.
Luna has the same number of BP as you, Tenmyoji. Normally, the safe plan would be to choose Betray. Since you will be unable to betray them, then Phi and Luna can choose to ally without worrying about their own points.
Yes.
Well, there you go. I trust.
Yeah, they're like, you don't gotta convince me. I was gonna do this anyways.
I'm sure they'll choose ally.
Sounds good. Okay, then, Tenmyoji, take care of Quark.
You think I need you to tell me that?
Oh, yeah,
I'll
that's
take
right.
my eyes off him for a minute.
I was the one that put you down to 1 BP in the first place.
Come on. We don't have much time left. We need to go.
Back to the floor, a warehouse. We open the AB rooms. Blah, blah, blah. All right, Clover. We should probably head in too.
Okay. Sigma, do you remember what I said back in the other warehouse?
Mm-hmm. You told me we should betray Quark since we might not get another chance like this.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I, take that back?
Huh?
I changed my mind a little bit after talking to Tenmyoji. I think we should choose ally.
Hey, that's more than just a little bit. That's someone trading in a Shih Tzu for a German Shepherd. What the hell happened with you two? Did he say something to you?
He...
Promised
I
me
can't tell you.
a good time. What? Why?
I just can't. You'd laugh if I did anyway.
I won't laugh.
Really?
Promise.
Well, I still can't tell you.
Hey, come on.
I promised.
Come on.
I told Tenmyoji I wouldn't tell anybody.
All right, fine. I won't ask about it again. Tenmyoji doesn't really have anything to do with this, right? Our opponent is Quark.
No, he does matter. Quark is really important to Tenmyoji. If we betray Quark, we're betraying Tenmyoji.
It's not how that works,
Come
but
on,
okay.
Don't you remember? When we were going into the red, blue, and green doors, Tenmyoji said something.
I didn't say there wasn't anyone I trusted. There's one person, Clover. Just know that you'll keep him safe.
I can't betray somebody who'd say that about me.
You seem pretty ready to betray him back on floor B.
That's because I didn't know who he was.
But he had said it already. So I mean, it's more than just the fact that he said it then. Let's not bullshit here, Clover. You're saying you know who Tenmyoji really is?
Well, if what he told me was true, yeah.
1 minute remains until Ambidex.
Yeah.
Please.
Blah, blah, blah.
Choose ally.
You aren't going to try and vote yourself?
If I try, you'll just throw me off, right?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think I'm strong enough to fight you.
No, you're probably not.
So...
I'm a big boy. I'm a thick boy. Alright. With that, I turned to face the voting machine. Question was, what would I do? Ally or betray? Just as Clover had said, betraying Quark was like betraying Tenmyoji. That wasn't even taking into consideration that Quark was just a kid. He was infected with a deadly disease that would almost certainly kill him if we didn't do something. Could I betray someone like that? Only a monster would take advantage of a helpless child for their own gain. See chat. On the other hand, what Clover had said in the warehouse on floor B was true. It was unlikely that I'd get a chance like this again. I'd choose betray, then I'd 9 BP. I'd be able to escape this godforsaken hellhole.
10 seconds remain.
Yeah. So what would my choice be? What would I do? Ally or betray? I chose...
3, 2, 1.
Since she asked so
Round
nicely.
2 of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation.
Hey man, I went through enough fucking betrayal last stream. I want something nice for once.
Ambidex
Even if I die.
Now opening.
Need a little reprieve from the betrayal.
What did you choose, Sigma?
Didn't you see? You didn't see me push the button?
No.
Huh. Well, you'll know in a moment. Let's go. What an asshole, just tell her. I gave her a light pat on the shoulder and headed toward the wall where the results would be displayed.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your...
Yeah. Show the faces. Show the chart. Show the results. Hey! Can we kill Dio now? Because he literally just tried to kill Alice.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Is another account of attempted murder.
So you chose ally, huh?
That'd be a fun video. How many years in prison could Dio get? How many counts of attempted murder throughout the entirety of Virtue's Last Reward? Yeah. Quark is sick, a kid, and unable to vote. Couldn't bring myself to betray someone like that.
Thank you.
No need to thank me. I only did what anyone would have. That's the self-righteous thing to say. I only did what any good person would do. It does seem wrong, except when you've actually experienced the timeline that many times. For Phi and Sigma, at least, that doesn't seem wrong. I mean, we are doing this from the perspective of Sigma as the protagonist. So, yeah, we'd count all timelines. Why would that be? That's not what that's not a conflict of interest. It means that the judge has a different perspective as everyone else, but that's not what a conflict of interest is. Because there's no interest. There is only that he knows knowledge that other people either don't or whatever. A lot of judges, all judges have knowledge that other people do not. That's why they're judges. But also, we're not going to suddenly play realism in a game that has, like, little realism. That's what's fun about it. What do we do with Ace Attorney, too? So you guys chose Ally, too, huh?
Of course. Tenmyoji had only one BP left, and he was guaranteed to vote Ally. So there's no way we could betray somebody in that position.
If we had, then he'd...
Besides, it would be much too, that's the word I'm thinking of. The word I'm thinking of. No, see, I could say overly complex, but that's not exactly correct. But having to break everything up between separate timelines would be way too much. Just unnecessary. Yeah, you didn't have much choice. That's better. Much is a degree, right? Instead of an absolute one way or the other. Alski and D, on the other hand, seem to have had a less pleasant round.
Hey, what the hell is your problem? You're either crazy or just an asshole. Were you trying to kill me?
I mean, you picked Betray because you knew exactly what he was trying to do.
No, nothing like that.
Well, then what was it like? If we'd voted Ally,
You would be dead. The needles in your bracelet would have activated, killing you.
We don't need the fucking details, Kay. We already know what's gonna happen. It's like, you'll be dead, and this is exactly how it would happen. Just as Zero Jr. had said. Right. Spectrum, as opposed to an absolute of 1, 0, and 1 binary. Well, right. If the murder splits the timeline, but then he murdered someone in both of the other timelines from the split, it would be 3. Even if it were the same person, because they're split. That's what the fun of it would be. How many times does Dio throughout the entirety of the game attempt to kill somebody? Or kill somebody? No, see, that's not... I mean, let's put it this way, Brian. You make your video how you're gonna do it, I'm gonna make it how I'm gonna do it. Or I'm not doing it that way, because that's... quite frankly, lame. It's much less fun to do it that way. And that's my only reasoning. I don't have some deep philosophical argument behind it. Just lame. Because if you split the timeline, then there are two timelines, and regardless of if you tried the same action in both, they are separate timelines. Right, 3 total. The first murder that split, and then the 2 is what I'm saying. That's not that's not what I presented though, Brian. What I presented was a murder happened, a split occurs, and then there was a murder on each timeline. That was my scenario. Hey, what's up, Ancient One? Where's Easy? Yeah. I thought you were saying the murder caused the split. And then subsequent actions would be then 2 different timelines. Yo, what's up, Easy? But yeah, that's how I would do it. I would count every timeline. It's more fun that way. Right, yeah. 3 attempted murder, Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought that's how I read his message too. So I did the same, I misinterpreted it the same way. Attempted murder, blah, blah, blah. Been over a week and people are still arguing on Twitter about whether liking cartoon depiction of little girls a little too much is pedo or not. You mean it's been since the internet was created and people are still arguing about that for some reason. Oh, there we go. There's the redirect. Ah, it's the first time I've seen that. And now the official redirect happened. Hey, think it easy for the raid. Hashtag 10 like hype. I'm not sure if Easy's back yet, but what was he playing? Or what were you playing? I know he said he had a BRB.
See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't think there was any way in hell you guys would choose Ally, not with Alice's BP at 1. The only way you could
not
possibly
against
vote was
you.
Betray. Picking Ally when I knew you guys would pick Betray would have been suicide.
You can't die. You've got 6 BP.
Well, maybe not immediately, no. But I would have been signing my own death warrant.
That's not how that works.
Heck, not just mine. Everyone except K's.
Now that, however, is a fair point.
What?
Didn't you think it through?
Well, Quark's was... Yeah. Because... he has the knife, but he doesn't actually actively try to hit anybody or stab anybody. He simply tries to get them away from him.
Your vote was always gonna be betray.
Ah, yes, victim blaming. Gotta love it. Oh, Diddy Kong Racing. That's cool. Well, awesome. Make sure you go check out Easy's channel and that link that I dropped right above his message. He's a variety streamer. Does a bunch of shit. What? Sleep? Oh, are we talking about CJ? I thought CJ always just kind of talks like that. Right. He wasn't even under his own control, so to speak, because the virus, it's literally a symptom of the virus. Oh. So what, we can stab himself? That's what I see, but that's obviously not. So what if he stabs himself? What? I know that's supposed to be stab. So that he can stab himself. Right. Right. There was never any intent to stab anyone else. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if CJ's under his own control or if he's got something that causes violent misspellings.
Let's say I was a raving lunatic and picked Ally. What would happen to K's BP?
6 + 3 would make 9.
See? Then it'd be game over. Life over. He'd open the number 9 door and blow this popsicle stand. And that'd leave us twisting in the wind, living out the rest of our miserable lives stuck in this place.
For me, Luna's at 0 from what we know. There's still a theoretical possibility that she was involved in Alice's killing earlier when she was also found dead with the injection gun. But we just know that's probably not the case based on what we know about how we think Alice died. But in theory, it's possible still. Just not likely. Oh God, King.
You see?
He's left Dio. So this is why Left Twain... Actually, no, Left Twain's the benevolent one. Right Twain's the evil one. Oh dear. Maybe he's not the benevolent one. Maybe he's like... Angie benevolent. Senator Twain is only when I reach my states of won't call it enlightenment, but when I'm operating at 5D capacity. That doesn't happen very often.
That's why I chose betray. I did it to save all our necks, including yours.
Alice gritted her teeth and scowled fiercely at Dio, apparently trying to think of a rebuttal before finally snorting indignantly and stalking away. Shortly thereafter, the warehouse was filled with the rumbling sound of the doors sliding shut.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be the Star Round.
That was some pretty. That was gold medal mental gymnastics there to make him look not like an asshole.
Star keys are required to open the gates. There is no set limit on usage of the star keys.
I mean, ambidextrous Twain is basically center Twain, who has use of both sides.
The Ambidex gates can be opened as many times as the players wish to open them.
Many times we want, huh? We talked about doing a video a while ago when the idea first came up of there being like I'd be like dressed different for each one. Obviously the demeanors would be different. And that means
we can play the AB game as many times as we want, right?
Yes. I don't know why that caused you to wink at
Zero
me.
Jr. say something about this?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically.
It's like she's trying to hide that she has a stroke in on her right side. Ambidex Twain. Yeah, he did. Can you guys all show me your bracelets? I want to see what all our colors and groups are this time. In moments, the series of wrists were extended for me to examine. Red Solo with a Chad. This is me, right? No, I'm 8. Never mind. This must be Dio. There's the thick boy. There's the thick boy, Blue Solo. I see. Luna and Clover are a Scion pair. And Fine Alice are a magenta pair. The remaining 3 are all solos. K is red, Dio's green, and I'm blue. So how are the groups supposed to work for the next round? I think the next doors are going to be those white doors down in the Floor B warehouse.
Yeah, I heard about those. Alice told me about them while we were here waiting for you and Clover. I think I've got them figured out.
Yeah, so lay it out for us. How are the groups going to shake out this time? I nodded and began to explain. There's only one way. I'll be with Tenmyoji and Quark? Oh, Lord.
Oh? Is there only one option?
Yes. No other combinations would be able to open the secondary doors. Admittedly, Tenmyoji and Quark aren't here for us to check, but I'm sure they're the yellow pair. If they weren't, then Sigma would be stuck without anybody he could pair up with.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you could probably recognize Alice's arm. Let's not bullshit here. I think at that point we're being disingenuous, right? I mean, even if you're colorblind, wouldn't you see the tint? Or not the tint, the shade? Like, wouldn't someone still look darker to you than the other? I'm pretty sure that's what happens. Asian Jim! Wow, hats off to you for not seeing race, Dwight. You're not Jim! He takes the fucking picture! That picture is the best. Oh! Oh!
Oh, God. I never thought I'd have to put up with Dio again.
Well, you just didn't think hard enough then. Sooner or later, everybody puts up with Dio. Wait.
Sooner or later, everyone puts up with DL. What a moron. Silencer Zero, thank you for the sub. Also, apologies to anybody who's subbing. We have a bot problem, a sex bot problem specifically. So that is why we have to have the subscriber-only chat on.
It looks like we have a lot of time until the primary doors open.
Yeah, about 80 minutes. Actually, that's 81 minutes. I said about, motherfucker!
I'm worried about Quark's condition.
See, that's left and right Twain going at it sometimes.
Those pods can't cure Radical 6. He still needs help.
Well, we don't have anything to lose. So we might as well look for that medicine. Accelavir, right?
Yeah. What about the rest of you?
Oh, I'll help.
As will I.
Me too.
Fine. I guess I can help.
What about you, Sigma?
Of course I'll help. What kind of jerk wouldn't?
Okay. We should split up and search.
Medicines? Good old medicines. After some discussion, Dio and Kay were assigned to the pantry, Luna and Alice to the treatment center, and Clover, Phi, and myself to the pressure exchange chamber.
Shall we regroup in the Floor B warehouse 10 minutes before the doors open?
Sure. We all nodded. Kay turned to Alice and Luna.
You are going to the treatment center, correct?
Yes.
Then please remember to tell Tenmyoji where we intend to meet and when.
Okay.
You must also remember to bring Quark with you. I am concerned about removing him from the pod, but it can't be helped. Without Quark's bracelet, Sigma and Tenmyoji will be unable to open the secondary door.
Right.
Good. Looks like we got all that straightened out. Let's go.
With a final nod to one another, we split up, each team heading in a different direction. So this is the pressure exchange chamber?
No, this is the prep room.
Well, excuse me, princess.
There are 2 levels. The actual pressure exchange chamber is downstairs.
How do you know that?
Alice told me. She was one of the people who investigated this room.
Did you talk to her when you were waiting for us back in the warehouse?
Yeah.
Does it fucking matter when she talked to her? Well, let's head downstairs then.
Good idea.
So this is the real
Seems
thing.
like it.
Why do they have something like this here?
Well, this is just what Alice told me, but
Apparently the pressure inside the facility was a lot higher than the pressure outside. That was part of a system designed to keep the virus from getting in. It did mean, however, that we'd need to go through a decompression process in order to get outside.
remember all those suits along the wall of the prep room?
That I saw 2 seconds ago?
Those
Yes.
keep you from getting infected. We won't even be able to enter the pressure exchange chamber if we don't have them on.
I see. Whoa, 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 whoa. That newspaper article is right?
Unfortunately, that seems pretty likely.
So the air out there is teeming with Radical 6.
Yeah.
Something's been bothering me.
Are you sure? Because I'm not sure I can tell.
What is it?
Aren't you saying that if we put on those suits, we can go into the pressure exchange chamber and go outside, right?
Oh. No, we can't do that. The door beyond the pressure exchange chamber is locked up tight.
Welded shut, more like. Damn it! One door between us and freedom!
Well, if you look at it that way, it's the same as the number 9 door.
Okay, yeah, but...
Whatever. We need to be focusing on finding that Accelavir. Quark needs it.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll go look around upstairs. You two take this floor, all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We looked everywhere we could think of, but turned up nothing. Eventually, I couldn't keep my mouth shut any longer. Hey, what do you think the deal is with this stuff about the world being infested with some crazy virus? Pandemic seems like it would make the news, but I don't remember hearing anything. Is that your response? Just... Wait a minute, you mentioned it, didn't you? Back when Deal was asking questions? We were in the infirmary. It was right after Quark lost it.
Have any of you guys heard anything about any sort of viral pandemic?
Well, no, but...
And then Alice said...
I have heard rumors about a virus being used as a bioweapon.
So what's the rumor she was talking about? I got the feeling you and Alice were talking about the same thing. Clover, what do you know? What are you and Alice anyway? Heard you guys belong to some sort of organization, but what is it? Clover was quiet for a long time. She bit her thumbnail and looked down at the floor. Then she finally lifted her head and met my eyes.
Fine. I think I can trust you. Just don't tell Alice, okay?
All right.
Promise?
Promise. Pinky swear. Clover nodded and began to talk. I listened with rapt attention at a complete loss for words. Here is what she said. God. Alice and I are agents of the SOIS, which is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense. SOIS stands for Special Office of Internal Security, and we're in an elite intelligence division that investigates potentially disruptive or dangerous elements such as domestic or foreign terrorists, radical political splinter groups, and religious organizations with extreme agendas that could pose a threat to the state or citizenry. Our existence hasn't been made public, so there are only a few people who even know we exist. You're probably wondering how I even got involved in something like that, huh? Well, it started when I met Alice. I told you that I've played the Nonary game twice before, right? Well, this was after the second time, so about a year ago. We just escaped and we were all stuffed into this SUV barreling across the desert. I was driving, and that's when I saw her. Alice. She was standing next to the road with her thumb out. She was already working for the SOIS, and she'd been on her way to the building we'd been trapped in as a part of her investigation. With no shoes on, apparently. But on the way there, her car had broken down and wasn't anywhere around for some reason. We offered to give her a ride, of course. After she got in, we started talking. It turned out that Alice had gotten a tip that the terrorists she was after were in the building that we'd been trapped in. We couldn't see how us playing the Nonary game had anything to do with the terrorists. And Alice had a suggestion. Maybe the two people who trapped you in there are the terrorists. That didn't seem very likely to us. But we were chasing after them anyway, so we decided to bring Alice with us. Unfortunately, we didn't find them. As far as we know, they're still out there now, on the run. Anyway, we were taken back to SOIS headquarters and put into custody. I guess they thought there had to be some kind of connection between us being kidnapped and the terrorist group they were investigating. Nope, turns out we just had awesome psychic energy. But they must not have found anything, because after a few days of questioning, they let us go. We all went home and returned to our lives. But things didn't go back to the way they'd been. My mom got real worried about me and my brother, since we'd gotten kidnapped twice now, so she hired bodyguards for us. Wait! Didn't Snake die in the true ending? No. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking that was the true ending, when he kills Ace. The safe end. Ah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, when he fucking goes ballistic and takes Ace with him, and you're like, holy shit! Okay, so Snake's still alive. Oh, I haven't told you about my brother, have I? He's super awesome, for one. And he was in both of the last two Nonary games, too. Anyway, we'd been grabbed twice. But the people behind the two Nonary games were totally different. That didn't matter to my mom, though. So after that, all these huge... Oh, no, that's not how you phrase that. That's wrong. That didn't matter to my mom, though. So after that, all these huge men in black suits followed me and my brother everywhere. It was awful. We were always being watched. People would look at us funny because we were being followed around by a bunch of creepy-looking guys. I couldn't stand it. So when I thought I'd finally be free, all that was waiting for me was another kind of prison. The only time I was really happy was when I was hanging out with my brother. So we were talking it over one day and we decided to leave. Like, run away. So we did it. After that, we lived on our own. I worked in a cafe and he composed music. He plays the harp, started writing this kind of new agey music. It got kind of popular, so we didn't have to worry too much about surviving. Sometimes he'd play at little venues like coffee houses and stuff, and his fans would show up and listen to him play and cry. What? I was under the impression that they were wealthy. Something Snake said in the last game, I thought, led me to believe that they were wealthy. Well, right, who is crying? Technically speaking, it's not supposed to be ambiguous, because the way it's worded, he would be crying. But we know that there is the ambiguity within the use of his fans and him without it specifying. Yes, I agree. So it's like, it's technically not, shouldn't be considered ambiguous, but we know it is. Because we know that it's strange for that to be the case. Right, they're the ones showing up and listening to him play, and then, right. But, the way it's written, he's crying. But that doesn't make sense. Yeah, English sucks. I know that sounds kind of like weird and culty, but they just do that stuff on their own, okay? My brother doesn't have anything to do with it. So this clarifies that they're talking about, you're probably talking about the fans there, which is what we would surmise. But yeah, that's still, you would just want to write it in a way where you avoid that altogether. Anyway, we did that for a while, and then one day Alice showed up. I need your help, she told us. We need people who can do what you can do. So we went to the location she gave us, and it turned out to be the headquarters of the SOIS, where they'd taken us after the second Nonary game. They put us in a room with about a dozen or so of the people who were all about the same age as us. A bunch of them looked familiar too, and we took a moment to realize how we knew each other. They were kids from the first Nonary game. We were all excited to see each other again. We were hugging and shaking hands and stuff. And then Alice walked in. The whole room went quiet. She walked up to the podium and looked around the room, making eye contact with each one of us. Right now, a terrorist organization is preparing for a major attack. They plan to trigger a viral pandemic. If they succeed, they will strike a massive blow against all of humanity, not just any one country. It's possible that we as a species will die out completely. We are doing our best to prevent this, but we need your help. You are what we call espers. You have the ability to access the morphogenic field. You have the ability to access the morphogenic field. We need that. I'm guessing you don't know what any of that is, but basically we can do this thing that's kind of like telepathy. I mean, it isn't really telepathy. That's probably the closest thing, okay? Espers can resonate their consciousness with another person through this thing called the morphogenic field. The purpose of the first Nonary game was to research that ability, so they kidnapped kids and did the first game. Alice had gathered all those kids. Well, I mean, it had been 9 years since it happened, so we weren't really kids anymore. Anyway, everyone she brought in was an Esper. That included me and my brother, of course. Bet you think I'm just making all this up, huh? I don't blame you. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I was even starting to forget I could do that stuff. Didn't she say this happened only a year afterwards? And apparently within that year, all that other shit happened. Jesus Christ. Snake has all the sad faces. He did kind of have like a natural frown. Right. But the way that they worded it makes it seem like she's talking about when they had been called for this assignment, in which case it was a year since she had last dealt with the idea of morphogenic fields. There was a lot of crying. It was only a year, and it's happened twice. Even if that's traumatic, I mean, maybe. That's not impossible, but that seems incredibly unlikely. Clover's Crazy Super Bad Unlucky Year. That's the name of the anime from her point of view. So when I heard Alice's story, I was like, screw that. I was trying to move on with my life, and now some shady government creeps wanted me to use some weird ability I had for them? No way. I wasn't even sure I could do it anymore. Some of the others felt differently though, and they told Alice they'd do it. It was a job after all, and most people wouldn't turn down a salary like that. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, she told us how much they'd pay us if we helped. It was a lot, more wealth than you can imagine. And I was still totally against doing it. My brother told me he'd go along with whatever I decided, so I decided we were leaving. A couple of days passed and then Alice showed up at our apartment. She didn't waste time. People behind the first Nonary game might have been part of the terrorist organization Alice and the SOIS were after. Wasn't that, she asked, something that I might want to know more about? That got me curious. My brother too. But the clincher was what Seven said to us. He was one of the guys that got abducted with us for the second Nonary game. She called him on the phone right then and there and handed it to us.
You guys are the only people who can do this. We don't know where Junpei is. He's gone off to travel the world looking for Akane. I haven't been able to get a hold of him. Please, just do me a favor and help Alice out.
Oh, Junpei and Akane. Is she explaining this in parentheticals? Asterisk, Junpei equals like... Oh, yeah, absolute, like, crazy money. Seven was a Japanese policeman, which was probably how Alice got in touch with him. Anyway, that did it. My brother and I agreed to join the SOIS. For the next couple months, all we did was train. Half of the time, it was general knowledge and technical skills an SOIS agent needed, and the other half was learning to strengthen our Esper abilities. They'd actually known about Espers for quite a while and had a lot of techniques that helped us get better and stronger. After several months of hard work, we were finally ready for our first field missions. Mine was an infiltration. My brother stayed at the base, so I could relay information back through him. I was supposed to sneak into a research facility, posing as one of their workers, and then use the morphogenic field to transmit what I found back to my brother. But everything went wrong. It was a trap. The whole research facility was fake and I got captured. Alice had to come and rescue me. I'd been sending information about the inside of the facility to my brother, and Alice used that information to come and find me. As soon as she got there, she picked me up and carried me out. I was relieved and happy to be alive and free, but I also felt ashamed and miserable. While she was carrying me back out, I started to cry. Well, we know who was crying that time! She was just so cool, and I wasn't. I wanted to be just like her. And from that day onward, I did everything I could to be more like Alice, including getting breast augmentations. Our infiltration ended in failure, but we did manage to get something useful. In fact, we were able to figure out where their headquarters was. That's an odd one, right? Where their headquarters was? Because the headquarters is singular, so it makes sense that it was, but it sounds plural, so it would sound better if you said were. I started to cry. No, I started to cry. Yeah, but she didn't want to go that extreme, so she just goes like the next step down. The directors decided that December 25th, 2028 would be the day we would strike. This time I promised myself we wouldn't screw it up. I was finally going to get some answers about something that had been with me for most of my life. But then, on December 22nd, 3 days before the raid, Alice and I were attacked by people in gas masks while we were going over our plans. And when you woke up, you were in the warehouse?
Yeah.
All that talking seemed to have tired Clover out. Well, fucking yeah. She sighed and her long hair swayed as she moved. Hey, I've got a few questions.
What are they?
Well, first off, your powers, I guess. I'm guessing you can't use them right now?
Yeah, I'm not really sure why. I've been sending my brother messages ever since I woke up, but...
Your brother's been dead for like hundreds of years. No response?
Yeah. If there was another Esper here, they could make me stronger. But that's just wishful thinking. Wait.
What?
Well, if there's someone else who's stronger than me, then they kind of absorb my powers.
What?
Maybe... No, never mind. That's probably not it.
I just stared and looked at each other like... Right. Right. Whatever. I have some other questions, so moving on. I think I understand what Alice was talking about now. They were trying to spread that virus,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So who are they?
Well, I can't tell you that.
What? Why not? You told me all that other stuff, but this is too much?
Well, Alice would be mad at me.
She'd probably be mad at you if you told me all that other shit, too. I already told you I wouldn't tell her.
But...
Fine, let me rephrase. When are they going to do it?
Well, if we knew that, we wouldn't have gone to all that trouble.
So you don't know?
No. All we know is soon.
That could mean just about anything.
Yeah. It could be next week or next month or even next year. Or it could have happened already.
I'm not sure that's something you should be winking and smiling at me about, but... Wait. You mean they... Oh, God. Couldn't they have at least, like, tried to program some of the, like, a little less intense reactions than the fucking wink and smile? Wait, you mean they might have already released the virus?
Wouldn't that make the most sense?
Why are you so happy about...
How about this room? Or that newspaper article?
Wouldn't that make the most sense?
And the 3 people who were put in cold sleep.
Are you saying you, me, and Alice were frozen, and the pandemic happened while we were on ice? Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Nobody else has heard of Radical 6
Maybe
either.
they're lying.
Really? All 6 of them?
Well, if Kay really does have memory loss, then it's only 5. Quark is out too.
So you're saying Tenmyoji, Dio, Phi, and Luna are all lying. Why is Quark out? Because he's a kid? Kids lie. CJ, you're spreading the pandemic. Everybody put on your suits to make sure you don't catch whatever fucking disease causes you to spell like that.
Right?
Well, I guess they're a little suspicious. What's their motive?
How would I know?
Then what's the motive for a terrorist organization to start a pandemic?
I heard it was something about purifying the
With
unclean?
no motive! It is decisive evidence that they could not be doing the action you are claiming they are doing. Purifying the unclean?
Oh, unclean, 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 unclean.
What? What are you doing?
Shut up.
See? Like this. Good. That's a good face. Why didn't you just use this more often? Because she's pointing? Would that have been considered more rude to have her point that often?
Just hold on a minute.
What? Trep, is there some, like, side story going on in your head right now? Separate from reality? Oh. Duh. Okay. Buh. I'm an idiot.
I'm this close to remembering. Unclean, clean, een.
Inazuma! She leapt up, suddenly excited.
Neostigmine.
Neo what?
Did you forget it already? I'm talking about this stuff.
As she spoke, she pulled something out of her pocket. It was the injection gun, complete with a vial of medication. Oh, right, I remember that. It was in the safe at the treatment center, right?
Yeah.
Didn't have any idea what it was, though, so I gave it to you.
Exactly.
Are you saying you've heard about this neostigmine stuff before?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just remembered.
You remembered?
My brother told me about that. Neostigmine is a type of colon esterase inhibitor. That means it's a sort of antidote for tubocurarine.
Sorry, but I still don't get it.
How easy do I have to make it? Ugh. Okay, fine. I'll start at the top, all right? The stuff I've got in here is neostigmine, which counteracts the muscle relaxant tubocurarine. Following me?
Turbocurine is the poison in our bracelets, right?
Right. It's the second thing we get injected with if we're penalized.
First,
So you're saying this neostigmine keeps it from working?
Yes! Oh my god, how many times are you going to make me say it?
So we can just inject ourselves with this if we get penalized?
Yeah! We don't have to die. We're gonna be okay. We can only pull the trigger once, though.
That means we can only use it on one person.
Yeah.
Well, still good news. This means one of us can break the rules once. Like, let's see.
Best way to use it would be for sneaking through the number 9 door. If somebody gets 9 points, they can open it, right? With this stuff, somebody who doesn't have 9 points could still leave with them. Anyway, I'm gonna go tell Alice.
What? Hey, Clover, wait! Clover! It was too late. Clover was already on the lift and gone. I was, I think, understandably upset. No stairs, my only choice was to wait for the lift to come back down. As soon as it was back, I jumped on and headed upstairs. Fi! Where did Clover go? Oh dear. What is this? Fi, can you hear me? She didn't say anything, just stared at me with her mouth half open. Her eyes seemed slightly glazed and her body was unnaturally stiff. Fi? I grabbed a shoulder and shook her gently. Slowly, she raised her arm, fingers drooping limply from it. She gestured towards the exit that led away from the warehouse. That way? She went out that door? Fi's only answer was a slow, shallow nod. Right, got it. Thanks. I headed for the exit, then paused. You don't leave her there like that, dog? You look pretty tired. Get some rest, alright? Still no response. There was something odd about her, but catching Clover seemed like more of a priority. Was it, though? Nobody has 9 BP. Fucking relax, dude. I turned back around and jogged out the door toward the treatment center. She took all of the smiles from Fi. Vacuumed them up. I can't believe he didn't take her with him. Was that the fastest way to get there? I didn't really pay attention to the map until the end there. Huh? This is weird. Where is everybody? I assumed Alice would be in the treatment center, so Clover would have gone there to find her, but the room was empty. Luna and Tenmyoji were gone too. It left Quark, and the readout on his pod said his vital signs were still normal. As far as I could tell, he was still asleep. Fine, guess it's time to look somewhere else. Made my way out of the treatment center. What the hell? What's going on here? I can't find anybody. Every single room is empty. Wait, there's still one place I haven't checked. The infirmary. Oh, now the map matters? I ran into the room and stopped short. Might as well have run into a brick wall. My chest tightened so much I could barely breathe. No, what happened? I felt my whole body convulse, whether from terror or nausea, I couldn't tell. My legs went limp and I crumbled to the floor. That didn't sound like the noise of somebody falling to the floor. That sounded like the noise of taking an organ, extracting an organ from a body. Something sticky pressed against the palm of my hand, and I looked down to see blood. Oh, was it they splashed the blood? I could see that. That makes sense. A vast, warm pool of fresh blood stretching out across the room, lapping at my legs and hands. Why? This can't be real? Oh, good. How did she get... Brian, this is, fuck, what is it called? When it's 5, if kill streak or 5 or more, this is what we call bloodthirst.
Bloodthirst.
Got a fucking UAV from all these deaths. In the middle of the lake of blood, like an island of flesh, were bodies. They were a bloody tangle of lifeless limbs and dead eyes with too much blood and chaos for me to tell who was who. I can easily make out, but I guess I'm not suffering from Radical 6. They sliced themselves open or stabbed one another? I couldn't tell all the blood, too much blood. Whatever they'd done, it was clear what tool they'd used to do it. Everyone used the one scalpel? A scalpel laid in the blood next to them, its handle and blade streaked with gore. This is how they had died, this tiny blade. Oh God, this is it. It's all over. This is how it ends. That's right. I have to end it. This nightmare will finally be over. Time to wake up. My fingers scraped across the floor as I picked up the scalpel. I lifted it slowly, carefully to my neck, as if someone were guiding my hand with theirs, and drew it across my throat.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
The body's ending. The disease that they're all infected with causes you to want to kill yourself. I mean, it is an ending. Everyone died. Damn, that's what we get for allying with Quark, huh? So, this info dump, I don't think is as bad when you consider that half of that information we already knew, and we were probably waiting to hear about the rest of it for the entire game because we played the first game. If you have no familiarity with the first game, it's probably just as annoying as the other ones, but the context of the first game makes it a little less bad, because I have been craving that information since we first saw Clover. Yeah, this is a great ending to get right away. And there's nothing about this ending that's like, oh, you wouldn't get this one last because you betray Tenmyoji, which maybe you wouldn't do that, but then you ally with the kid. So it's like, you could have done that at any time. But see, in a game like this, the whole point is that there isn't an order, right? It's however you want to do it, insofar as you don't get locked or blocked. So you kind of have to avoid making the order mean too much. A so-called proper order. I'm gonna get easy. How about you? I'm gonna go get some water. How is this the Clover end? Everyone died. Oh, actually, that makes total sense as to why this is the Clover end, for those that played the first game. Damn, 21 days straight? Nice. I don't think I could do that even if I, like, wanted to try. She did spill the beans. But at least in Dio's ending, he's still alive. Okay, now what do we do? Because we've hit everything here, finally. So where do we go next? I'll let you guys decide, because I guess it really... We have, like, all these paths are kind of like, we could take any one of those. Left to right green, so here, 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 and here. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I did it again. So there's a... There's like different paths based on your decisions. So some of these paths were blocked and now they are unblocked. The green would indicate that they are unblocked. Hey, we still have, like, what, 10 days left? Just give it another week at least. I know what that feeling is. The problem is once you let it take hold of you, you're never gonna be able to let it go. Not that you're gonna spend a ton of money. I have rationed appropriately, but I've spent more money than I ever thought I would. So Brian's vote is to go here and to betray the small child. Trep says we should go left to right with the greens. Which would kind of make sense, because then we're just finishing up routes we've already taken. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, are these the miscellaneous ones? Getting these out of the way seems okay, too. That was going to be my next idea. Like, this is actually what, like, I think I would prefer to do. But, like, I also don't know if these are actually miscellaneous, like, endings. I'm only guessing, because there's nothing past the, you know... Oh, we're already on this one, so... We had 3 votes for... the small child. No, that's fine. We'll just do it this way.
Sigma, do you remember what I said?
No, Junpei just died in like 5 of the endings. Like, murdered. Not like killing himself, just fucking murdered.
What did you choose, Sigma?
I whistled and walked away.
No. That's as good as saying you chose betray.
Yep. Yes, it is. What the fuck was that? It's a fucking dickhead. Wow. Well, the last time we got 9 BP and no one else did, Phi knocked me out. Because apparently big ass fucking Sigma, has been the only person in all of these timelines with 9 BP that somebody was able to successfully knock out, which just seems utterly ridiculous. Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card. I did leave once, though.
Results from Please stop.
Get dicked, little guy. Just the worst person. I love how Sigma's, like, attitude kind of, like, takes...
Points have been assigned
it kind of has to.
or subtracted
He
accordingly.
betrays a small child, so he suddenly gets out and is like this complete asshole.
Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
That's as good as saying betray. I grinned.
What did you do, Clover?
Sorry.
Oh, darn! Whoops! Looks like I get to leave.
It wasn't me.
Sigma, huh?
Yeah.
Care to explain this, then?
What's there to explain? It's exactly what it looks like. Wait, I mean, can't you see? Do I need to, are you having trouble understanding the chart? Because I can go over it with you. I'm getting out of here.
What?
Are you going with him, Clover?
When they all turned to look at Clover, I made my move. Let's go! My feet pounded across the metal floor of the warehouse. I ran for the number 9 door.
Hey, wait!
He'd have to do better than shout if he wanted me to stop me. This is terrible. It was closer. I was almost there. Took one last running leap and slammed into the wall, knocking the device right in front of me. the yell of triumph, I threw the lever down. Such a dick move. He really did. Just like, so long, suckers. The door began to open. A heavy metallic grinding noise filled the room.
Shit. That son of a bitch actually did it?
Man, how does it feel to get dicked, dick? His voice sounded almost surprised that he wasn't the one that was dicking. I turned to face him. Sorry. Looks like this is goodbye. Oh my god.
Sigma.
Don't worry. I'll go to the police as soon as I get out and come back with help. I'm not gonna just leave you all here to die.
Don't give me that shit. I know a liar when I see one.
Really? Maybe you should get your eyes checked. Whoa, what a comeback there, Dark Sigma.
Are you guys just gonna let him run off like this?
No way. I can't allow that. He took advantage of a sick kid. He's just a coward.
Agreed.
I also agree.
Oh, hold on, Kay. Why don't you back the fuck off, mister? Well, I mean, it's just logical that I get out of here and get the police. You done that twice.
That's it then. Let's get him. Ready?
Yeah.
He's toast.
Just leave it to us.
Hey now, don't do anything you'll regret. Story opens once, you know. Stop me then.
Give it up. Charge!
You better dive. Dude, that door's been like coming up for like 5 minutes now. You better roll under whatever little bit of clearance you have. Shit. I spun back around to face the door. There it was right in front of me. Freedom. I leapt for it. Or at least I tried. It happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly my cheek was being pressed against the cold steel floor of the warehouse.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Shit! Let me go! Let go of me, god damn it! Could feel something huge, heavy, and metal press against my back. Kay had to be holding me down. I flailed and kicked, but didn't do any good. What are you doing? You're just killing yourselves! The door opens once if I don't—
I know. Go, Clover.
Huh?
You're the only one of us with 9 BP. Nobody else can get out.
But
This is an order from your commanding officer. You are to escape from this facility. Once you've accomplished that, call for help.
that's...
Stop complaining and go. That door closes, it's all over. None of us will get out of here alive. Leave!
The door had already begun to close. The space was narrowing quickly, but was still wide enough for a single person to make it through.
Fine. You didn't leave me much choice.
I couldn't see what had happened, but I heard enough to guess. Alice had shoved Clover through the door. Looking up, I could see Clover's feet just beyond the doorway.
Alice!
Go! Call for help! I'm counting on you!
Alice! No! I can't!
See, this should be the Clover ending.
The number 9 door has closed.
Because Sigma's still a fucking idiot.
This ends the Nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is escape, please.
Oh no, if I were Alice, I would do the exact same thing. Like, totally makes sense to me. Especially since they know that I was the one that pressed the button and like openly admitted to it. They eat him, of course. I wonder what they did with him afterwards. What would you have done? Not eat him? I don't even remember which one this is. This will just be best if I don't even know, because we gotta betray.
But you're so...
Oh, that's right. This... Man, a lot of Clover this stream, I see. The sex route.
Results from round 2.
Yeah, because
The
fuck
evidence
Clover in
will
this round.
now be displayed.
Nat 20.
Please direct your... Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
So, that's how it is, huh? Promises are made to be broken, I see.
Sorry, I just couldn't bring myself to trust you.
I could have chosen betray and killed you. That was a possibility.
Yeah. After all, you did choose betray in the last round.
That was a completely different situation. Well, in any event, your idiotic paranoia has given Clover 9 BP.
Well, she told me she'd give me sex if I did, so... Who's the real idiot here? DJ lost his... Was there another trade? I want to hear... I want to know this because I play against him. Or did he make... Oh, yeah. He did. I did see the moves he made. I am surprised.
How do you intend to deal with that?
By sexing her first, and then I don't care. Don't worry. She'd never try to open the...
Really? Then what's that?
This is like a comedy. Oh yeah? Maybe you should turn around then. Instead of like actively running after her.
Look, I believe she's standing in front of the number 9 door right now.
That's the sitcom crowd right now. What the hell? No way. This is such a fucking joke ending.
Oh, the number 9 door.
Oh, really?
She opened it.
Shit.
Now, are any of you gonna stop her? No, because you're fucking incompetent boobs, unless you're coming after me. Clover! What the hell are you doing?
Sorry. Alice gave me an order for the...
Clover, you have to get out of here and call for help. My BP's down to 1. I'll have to play the AB game at least 3 more times in order to get to 9. If someone beats me to it, then we'll be trapped here forever. That can't happen. I'm giving you an order as your commanding officer.
They were ready to stop Sigma. We can't all assume... We can't assume that all of them had the same idea that Alice did. Because no one other than Alice made that statement. So, you can't... It doesn't matter then. Okay, Clover had 9 points. Again, you can't assume that they were both... That each person was like, oh, we'll stop Sigma, but we'll let Clover go. Only Alice was the one who said that specifically. Clover wasn't moving either, so no one had any reason to worry about her. by another son. I know, right? That's the worst. Yo, what's up, JB?
Escape.
I mean, this is Alice doing the same thing, which makes sense. Totally buy it. What about your promise you made me? The sex!
Promise?
You said you'd listen to anything I said. Is he really bringing that up right now? What's it gonna accomplish? It just makes him look like a fucking moron.
So, I am, aren't I? I can sure hear you well enough. Every little word is reaching my ears, isn't it?
Cat grin.
What?
You.
Were you thinking of something gross? You're a perv.
Hey, come on now.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Anyway, I did what I promised, so I'll be heading off now.
Clover!
Clover!
Fucking bitch! You're not getting out of here!
Yeah, see? They want to stop her. Even though I agree, if I'm them, at this point it doesn't... What's stopping her going to do? It doesn't actually help you at all. Your only chance of being able to leave is that knowing that Clover has this connection to Alice, and that she'll honor that connection to try to get everyone out, as opposed to what, you stop her and then you're all just fucking stuck. Now, okay. I agree that Alice is the only one being reasonable as a rational human being. Dio is also being reasonable within his own fucked up rationality, though. He has a mission, and he probably sees all these people as unclean. So he just wants to, if he's not gonna get out, he doesn't want anybody else to get out. So it, like, makes sense, but only if you, like, look at it from his ridiculous point of view.
Bye, guys.
See? That might be the first time that was ever super appropriate. The last carefree grin, she leapt through the number 9 door. That's one reason I don't like Dio's character. That's way too one-dimensional.
The number 9 door has closed.
There were even some, like, parts further in the game where we still weren't sure about Ace, for example. But Dio's just way too obviously, like, sinister.
This ends the Nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all escape, please.
Yeah. Okay.
She's gone.
Shit!
All we can do now is wait for her to call for help.
Help, huh? Let's hope there's still someone who can.
What's that supposed to mean? Emioji said nothing, just shuffled off through the yellow door and out of the room. Cold silence descended on the rest of us. The silence that promised to remain for a very, very long time. I agree that it's a lot easier to say that that's what we would do as opposed to what would we actually do. But it's also kind of hard to think about, like, just how quickly your mind would work in a situation like this to try to piece together what would happen. Is this the Dio one? Where, like, Well, except for Alice. Door ground open and stepped out.
Wait, Dio!
I's voice echoed hollowly across the room, followed her eyes to that number 9 door. And to Dio. Dio, so he's going for it. Broke into a run, hoping foolishly that I might be able to catch him.
No, he's going to try and open it.
So it has come to this then.
What's going on?
Oh, Dio tries to open it and Kay's just like, oh man, fucking sucks. But I fucking try to do it and Kay's just like, roar.
Fucking numbskulls.
He hasn't even seen the results yet.
Why did they even bother explaining the math to her?
No!
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your...
The announcer's voice hadn't even faded when Dio reached the door. With a grunt, he swung the lever down.
Yes.
I think the only person it's not weird that people didn't stop is Kay. Just because that seems like it might actually be impossible and you could die for your troubles. All the other times, though, I think it's weird for them to, especially since they do it in some circumstances. I think that might be the thing I dislike the most about how the different timelines are set up here. It makes no sense. If the whole thing is they're driven by, hey, they're a selfish jerk, get him, then the Quark thing, sure, it adds to it. But what about the thing with Phi? Phi just hits me, and I go blank. I didn't betray a small child there. She just fucking knocked me out because you could do that sort of thing. Here, Phi's just like, no, wait, Dio, I can't catch up to you possibly. Yeah.
It's opening.
I think I think it's poorly done, personally. Right, she didn't even let him get to the door. How did she not stop Dio immediately with her athletic skills? How was she not already waiting to go after him? Because she knew what he would do. And they have been pretty clear about Phi, Tenmyoji, and Kay having some, like, out of this world physical abilities. Oh, right. Phi, this fucking acrobat who knew exactly what would happen, would let herself get shoved by Dio. That doesn't make sense. It does not line up with how Phi's been portrayed before this point. It just doesn't. It's like suddenly Phi's just become basic girl. Mentally and physically. Small brain. Well, that's a small brain. I should say basic girls and small brain. I'll take that out of context. She just goes from I'm hyper intelligent and have ridiculous athletic abilities to I didn't see that coming and I can't do anything to catch up about it. Based on what? There's nothing in this game that suggested that Dio is super strong. Do you know how strong a person has to be in the legs to jump? What'd she jump? 12 feet in the air? I don't think that assumption's good at all. There's very little basis behind that assumption. Very little assumption that the game has provided. His arm looked okay. So what? The information that the game has provided does not support your reasoning. And if that's the case, I should be a fucking superstar. But has Sigma done anything to suggest that he's strong? No!
There's no point in trying to stop him now. The door has already opened.
But
Dio leapt through the door without so much as a backwards glance. I paused in front of it, then turned to look at me.
What happened?
I chose Ally. I made a promise. Clover trusted me.
Sigma.
I see. Makes sense.
You are a dumbass.
I guess that's how this ends then. You had to make a choice that was right for you. And now, I have to make the choice that's right for me.
Oh yeah, you should go. Don't stay here.
Goodbye, Sigma.
I turned her eyes sad and followed Dio through the door. Like, I honestly think it's kind of stupid that this ending is even... It's possible to get here early, right? And not think the absolute worst of Dio. But it would be a really nice touch if, like, the game got to a point where they're like, okay, we know you're never in a million years gonna pick this ending, because what person with a brain would?
This end. Thank you. As escape, please.
Because this is, like, actually the dumbest ending that could happen in this game. Because nobody in their right mind would do this, knowing what Dio's gonna do. Especially the guys jumping between timelines. Though I know part of the thing is he might not remember in certain timelines that he went back for blah, 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 blah.
Well,
Still,
that's it.
you don't have to even jump through timelines to know that Dio's the fucking worst.
We can only hold out hope that help will arrive.
Sigma, thank you.
At least in this timeline, Sigma's probably gonna get the sex. Am I right? Up top, guys. Up top. Up top. Up top. Yes, I would never in a million years pick Ally there. Dio is going to pick Betray, and he is going to leave. Picking Ally is just nonsensical. Even for like and I've been like morality police for this entire playthrough. I would never ever do this. Well, not in the mood now. But in a month or so.
For choosing Ally.
Yeah, well, promise is a promise, right? Even if it means I die because of it.
What about Luna, Alice, and the old woman? Who killed them?
I would never ally with Dio. If I was ever playing against Dio, unless I knew he wasn't in that room, I would betray. No. I'm saying that I've been like the morality police. Whereas you've been the literal exact opposite. You've been the foil. You've been my foil. I think I said I would still in the blackmail scenario. Just that, I guess the difference with the blackmail scenario is I would never have gone about things the way that Sigma did. I would have figured something out long before that. The way Sigma approached that was the way a moron would. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I guess we'd have to go back and see. Maybe because I'm pretty sure I said I would do one thing or the other. I'm pretty sure I'd said I'd still betray. And just go and fuck him up afterwards. I mean, my muscles are bigger than his, right? That must mean easy. Well, you just pick betray, then you can't die. You just won't get any points either.
Maybe one of the people who just escaped.
Or maybe one of us.
Well, there's one other person.
Oh, yeah.
God. Quark. You're right. I still have to find Quark.
Suddenly full of energy, Tenmyoji left off and took off for one of the warehouse's exits. That left only myself, Clover, and Kay. We stared at the number 9 door in silence. It would never open again. What else could we do but stare? Right. So, and I provided what I would do, like what I would personally do, because Sigma knows where Dio puts the vial, right? So if he puts it anywhere in front, if you're Sigma, you full Nelson him, you just grab his arms. His arms are up. He can't do anything to damage it then unless he makes himself fall forward. Which is even less likely if you then fall back. Because then you can't allow him to fall forward. No, we still got one miscellaneous. Why do I have to go here? Do I go back here? Even though it's... Or does it always just stay green after it becomes green? Okay. I thought it would go back to blue. Okay, fair enough. We got to get rid of this miscellaneous. I don't even know what this is. Just gonna blind run it.
2 minutes remain until Ambidex.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Oh, the robot Sigma. Whoa. Yeah, either really horny or robot Sigma.
Why?
Because I was programmed to do so, Luna. Let us go and see the results. I saw my own blood, and it triggered the memory of me being a robot.
I'm going to the infirmary.
Huh? Don't you want to see the results?
Why? I already know what they're going to be.
Her usually warm persona or personality seemed to have gone cold. Whether it was because I'd chosen betray, or because she noticed that something was wrong with my body, I couldn't say.
Excuse me.
And with that, she was gone. You couldn't betray her twice in one timeline, I don't think. I don't think that was possible. I thought you'd have to, but in the other one, I think she was dead already. I turned back to the projection. With heavy steps, I headed towards Kei, Dio, and Tenmyoji.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
If you're asking me, in theory, would I ever do it? No. I'm not a killer. I wouldn't kill anybody for my own sake. At least not, like, intentionally. Somebody died in self-defense, well, it wouldn't necessarily be my intent to kill them, but... You use whatever force is necessary to just make sure that you're not dead, right?
Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Like, I'm not even sure if I could kill Dio. I'd like to think that I would, but... Oh, this is one where I'm the only one with 9 again.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly.
Is Fi gonna knock me out again?
Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
What the hell?
No, I don't disagree with you, Brian. It's just, for me, it's very difficult to say without a shadow of a doubt that I could perform an action with the knowledge that it will kill somebody. It will be the direct cause, like, basically direct cause, of somebody dying. That's just, the thought is reprehensible to me. But it's just a matter of, at what point does the person become more reprehensible than the thought of killing a person is reprehensible? Dio's inching there. Don't get me wrong. He's inching there. There are people that are past that line. In history, at least, I should say.
Sigma has 9 BP?
See? I told you! The bastard's finally showing his true colors.
What the hell are you doing? Clover isn't even voting.
I have misjudged you. I never thought you would do something so cowardly.
I saw you do something just as cowardly in another timeline, but we ain't gonna talk about that! There was nothing I could say. I had chosen betray of my own volition, my robotic volition, but had I really pressed that button of my own free will? The more I thought about it, the more I felt as if some other force had guided my hand to the button. Perhaps it had been fear? I was scared by the white fluid that had appeared on my palm. Maybe that had been the tipping point, and I had decided that I had to escape as soon as possible. Damn the consequences. If I got out, then the nightmare would be over. And I can get oiled again. That's all it was, right? A nightmare. It couldn't be real. A robot nightmare. White blood was insane, impossible. For I am not a robot, I am a human. That was when I looked up and saw the others staring at my hand. This is the look I'd give. I quickly put my hand behind my back, but it was already too late. They moved toward me like wolves closing in for the kill. Okay, so I get, like, they want to make sure he doesn't leave through the door, right? So I understand that. Wouldn't you have a little hesitation of approaching the dude who was bleeding white? Either that or he jerked off in front of Luna just in the fucking room, and that's also something that'd make me hesitate. Yep. Now it's time for everybody to remember their competence in combat, obviously. Of course, now I'm just sitting there like an idiot, like, oh man. What was it? Did I press that myself? I don't have any theories, to be honest. It's because it's either a robot or it's something very weird. And I don't think he's just a robot. That would be... when something like this happens, I think that's too obvious. Part of it, honestly, too, is that I am not going to be happy if that is the case. I don't I've never liked endings where the protagonist turns out to be a robot. In my headcanon, Decker is not a replicant. Mm-mm. No. No, sir. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no. Well, yeah, that I would be hesitant because I'm like, how could you do that in front of Luna like that? You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
Sigma? What was that?
He was cut. It must have been blood.
But why was it white?
Isn't that obvious? He's not human.
Not human?
When you know you're a robot, it's fine. When I play Mega Man Zero or any Mega Man game, I know from the beginning I'm a robot. It's not like I go through the game and then suddenly like, oh yeah, by the way, Mega Man, Dr. Light created you in the lab. It's literally in the opening screen. Yes, I played all 4 games. But the idea that I'm Clone Zero, that's not even like a certainty. That's just some shit he said. There's not no confirmation that what he was saying was correct. But yes, for me, him being a, if it was confirmed that Zero was a clone, that would hurt the story, in my opinion. For me. I know it's a very subjective thing. I don't think it's objectively wrong to do. I don't think it's an objectively bad narrative decision. I just don't personally like it. No. What are you saying? Well, the whole thing is that he's not, it's still Zero. Like, that's the whole, like, point of it, right? Like, if it's just a different body, then whatever. Yeah, if it's a different body, then that's just your shell. But if it's still your same consciousness or whatever. I don't know. Thinking about it, I'm fine with that scenario, but I'm not fine with the opposite scenario. Just a personal preference. Yeah. Of course I'm human. I'm 100% human. That sounds like something a non-human would say.
Then explain that white stuff.
I swear to God, I jerked off in front of Luna and discharged myself. You have to believe me.
I'm afraid you're not being very convincing.
Oh, you're one to talk. We can't even see you. You could be a robot. Just like me. I mean, maybe that's not even a suit. That's just you. Robot you.
No, that seems extremely unlikely. However bad my amnesia might be, I am quite sure of my humanity. I am, without a doubt, not a robot.
That sounds like something a robot would say. They probably just programmed you to think that.
All right, it's pretty obvious this guy's dangerous and probably unhinged. We should take him down.
I mean, dangerous maybe, but you can't prove that I'm unhinged.
I agree.
Looks like there's no other way. Now that he's got 9 BP from stabbing Clover in the back, there's a good chance he'll try and get out of here by himself.
Hey, hold on a minute. Let's not do anything rash. I didn't have a choice. I spun around and ran for the number 9 door.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, look. I guess the muscles aren't an indicator of how strong somebody is. Or athletic. Shit, let go. Or in my case, my robotic arms, which should be more than enough to take on all 4 of these humans. Let go of me. I was no match for all 3 of them. Ah, you're right, I missed that one. I didn't have a choice. Yeah, you did. You could have sat there and got your ass beat up. Oh, for sure. I don't even think it's a matter of it didn't make sense in the other scenarios either. It's just they weren't at all they were more significantly more rational when it came to if I was the one who had 9 BP versus someone else. Then all of a sudden they lose all their rationality. Before I could take 2 steps, I was on the floor, pinned. The desperation was only getting stronger, however, and I writhed and twisted in a futile attempt to get free. God damn it, you have to let me go. This is all some kind of mistake. A misunderstanding. It's a conspiracy. Oh, Lord.
So, there's a conspiracy to turn your blood white? You're a funny guy.
Stop trying to get away. It's over.
Shit. Get off me. Let me go.
If you won't calm down, then you leave me no choice. I'd hoped we could avoid this. Try not to struggle too much.
No. Don't. There was the one ending where I'm pretty sure Sigma said he didn't plan on opening the door when he got 9 BP, but then Phi chopped him before he, right afterwards, because she's like, well, you're not even going to have the chance. But I honestly don't remember. I'm pretty sure Sigma said, like, oh, no, I don't plan on leaving. But they were like, we don't trust you. First thing I felt when I woke up was the hard pain of a bruise all the way across my neck. K must have suffocated me. My head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton, and I had put out a hand to steady myself as I stood up. Where am I? Is this the infirmary? How long have I been out? My foot bumped into something. I looked down to see the injection gun. Glass vial labeled Soparil was still attached to it. The anesthetic. For choking me, they'd made sure I wasn't getting up in the near future. That meant I could have been asleep for a long time. Where is everyone? I glanced around the room. It was empty except for me. I took a moment to realize what was especially odd about that. Even Quark and Alice had disappeared. What the hell's going on? That was when I noticed Quark and Alice were the only things that had disappeared. 2 other things, 2 very important things were also gone. My bracelet and my left hand. For a long moment I just stared, dumbstruck. What was I seeing couldn't possibly be real. There it was, a smooth cross-section of my arm where a hand should have been. A thick white liquid dripped slowly from the stump. I don't know why I find this so funny, but he's just like, he's doing all this shit, and he's like, huh, the 3 people aren't here, and I don't have a right hand. What is this? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Yeah! A scream clawed its way out of my body, taking my mind with it. Then after that, nothing. Just fucking not noticed that? All right, so we got all the miscellaneous bullshit done. Now, what'd you say? Go from left to right? Shit! They're not here.
Maybe they did go through the door, like Kay said.
Did we?
Or...
The first is an anesthetic called soparil beta. The other is a muscle relaxant called tubocurarine. Your bracelet also has a bunch of needles on the inside. If you break the rules, those needles hop out and inject you.
My brother told me about that. Neostigmine is a type of cholinesterase inhibitor. That means it's sort of an antidote for tubocurarine. I knew it!
Give it back. I found it, so it's mine.
Of course. The antidote.
The antidote?
Didn't have time to explain. I took off running toward the exit. Oh shit!
Sigma!
It's the first time they've done that, at least that I remember.
Where are you going?
Stay here. I'll be right back. Bolted out of the warehouse toward the treatment room. I think Dio put it in his pocket. Come on, come on, come on. Please still have it. Lie still. Sweat was pouring down my face, but I didn't bother to wipe it off. There wasn't time. I dug frantically through Dio's coat until... Booyah! Found it. Oh. There's only one dose. Junk's gonna use the whole bottle at once. Shit. I can't say both of them.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
One minute? Shit! Spun around and shot out of the treatment center. Can we even inject K? I'm sure he has some place where he'd be.
2, 1. Chromatic doors closing.
No, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh dear.
Sigma.
There was a note. Sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. Didn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic soparil. I blinked and my vision started to blur. I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor. No, I couldn't fall asleep. I had to give one of them the antidote before my bracelet injected me with tubocurarine. Every ounce of strength I could muster, I forced my eyes back open. Phi and K lay limp on the floor in front of me. My right hand, I could feel the injector gun with its precious cargo. I could only pull the trigger once. Who was I going to choose? Phi or K? No, what was I thinking? There was only one answer. I mean, I was gonna choose Phi, but there's definitely more than one answer. Phi. I didn't even have a choice. You're being heroic, so I'm not gonna dwell on it for too long, but no. After all, Kay's entire body was covered in impenetrable metal. Sorry, Kay. I summoned up as much energy as I could and dragged myself towards Phi. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally within arm's reach. With no time to waste, I pressed the gun to her arm and pulled the trigger. Wow. Yes.
Sigma.
I am a hero.
What the hell did you...
I injected you with neostigmine, the type of cholinesterase inhibitor. It's the antidote to the muscle relaxant.
Why did you pick me?
You have skin available, because I can't use the injection gun on Kay. I'd never get through the metal. Well, why not? Why not
didn't you inject yourself?
Because I'm just that good of a guy. Guess you got a point. Honestly, didn't even cross my mind.
You're the biggest idiot on the planet.
Biggest idiot on the planet, like a fox. Ugh. Hey, come on. Is that any kind of thing to say to someone who's about to die? How about something more tender?
No. Screw this. I don't want to live if it means being in debt to you.
That is petty.
No goddamn way. I'm not gonna...
Her words slurred and slowed and her eyes fluttered closed. She wasn't dead, of course. You could hear the faint sound of her breathing and see her chest rise and fall. Good. Vi's gonna be all right. But Kay... I looked over in his direction. That's when I noticed it. Open? There's a hole in here.
You could open up this...
Wait, when could he have...
Yes. No.
What if he lied? Could Kay have taken the key? How he'd gotten it didn't really matter anymore. What did matter was that Kay had been able to remove his armor. And he had. Holy shit. And that would mean DL's killer is... I coaxed as much strength as I could from my increasingly lethargic body and crawled towards Kay. Kay, wake up! Come on, talk to me! I grabbed his shoulder and shook him until he finally shifted and spoke.
Sigma.
I just need to know one thing. Did you kill Dio? You weren't sleeping, were you? After I left, you took off your armor. You didn't want to go the same way I had, so you took the other door. After you went the long way around through the warehouse and the crew quarters, you headed for the elevator. Yeah, right? He's fighting harder than in the situation where he had to get the vial back to save the kid. I guess the difference is here is he didn't have to like force himself to stand. He's just kind of crawling. I bumped into Phi. We went back to the lounge to check on you. We saw you, or we saw your armor, I guess. By then, you would have been out of it. While we were in the lounge, you went to the treatment center room and killed Dio. You must have turned off the oxygen in his pod, although you probably didn't stick around to make sure he died. I'm betting you were in a hurry to get back before Phi and I noticed something was up. Once you got back to floor A, you needed us out of the lounge, so you made a noise in the hall to lure us out. And you ran around and took the long way back to the lounge so you could enter through the rear door. Man, look at that cardio. Once you were there, you put your suit on again and waited for us. As soon as we found Dio's body, we did exactly what you'd expected. Kay, wake up. Something's happened. Blah, blah, blah. You pretended to wake up, very disoriented and confused. Come on, Kay. I'm almost out of time. Did you kill Dio?
Yes. Your reasoning is correct. I killed him.
Nice. Why?
Because I couldn't forgive him. He took the life of someone very important to me. I couldn't...
Who did he kill?
The old woman.
What?
She was like mother to me.
Oh, this wasn't confirmed, right? But didn't I guess that she was the woman in his story that he was talking about?
She showed me how to see meaning in my life.
Wait, are you saying...
Yes. I am. She was the woman who came here when I was 18.
Whoa, hold on. What do you mean here?
Sigma, unfortunately, we are out of time. There's something I have to tell you. I made a promise that you would hear it. Do you understand? This is very important. You must pay attention. Cannot forget.
Forget? It wasn't making sense. I was about to die. How on earth would I be remembering anything for more than a few seconds?
If you see a lion with two heads devouring the sun, remember these letters.
Is this another one that you have to actually fucking write down? Oh god.
Milkevoli.
Okay, so Kay knows to some extent that we can cross between timelines and that we will remember this information. Milk volley, milk ravioli, milkevoli.
This will open the second gate.
What the hell? Hey, Kay! Who told you to tell me this? No! Who are you? Show me who you really are! I grabbed a hold of Kay's mask and tore it off. What? No, that's impossible. That face. It's my face. I felt a sharp pain in my left wrist and my body collapsed unceremoniously. Second drug, tubocurarine. My vision began to blur and my head felt unnaturally heavy. The world faded away and my consciousness slipped down into the cold, dark waters of nothingness. So maybe a clone of Kay? Or I guess Kay could be a robot too. The K ending? What are you talking about? That was a Sigma ending. How can you not remember Sigma's face? It's looking at you constantly during stream. Yeah, why couldn't he be? That's how they get you. God, I really wish. Oh, now it'll let me do it. Prove that she killed herself. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. Suddenly, Clover moved. I leapt forward and clamped my hand around her wrist.
What are you doing?
Clover, listen to me. Alice wasn't killed. Nobody murdered her. She took her own life.
What? No, there's no way she'd do that.
It's true. She stabbed herself in the heart with a scalpel.
All right. Where'd she get the scalpel then?
Well,
I did hear someone come into the infirmary right after the AB game ended.
Was that before I showed up?
Yes, I got up to see who it was, but they were already gone. It could have been Alice.
so she could have taken the scalpel then.
Yes, I think so.
You're lying. This is all a lie. It has to be.
It's not. It's the
Then
truth.
why did she do it? Why would Alice kill herself?
She probably didn't have a reason.
What?
She'd been infected with Radical 6. That's what killed her.
You just said she killed herself. Just tell me the truth. Then
I
prove
am.
it. Your 10 seconds ran out a long time ago. So if you don't have any proof...
I do. I have proof. There was a journal in the lab, wasn't there, Kay? Show it to me.
Journal?
It would have been in the safe.
Oh, well, Alice would have it then.
Bye, can you... I don't feel right touching a dead woman's body. Where did she hold it? In between her boobs?
Sure.
Her hands barely shook as she quickly searched through Alice's clothing. Jeez, it was only seconds before she stopped. Slowly and carefully, she drew something out. There it was, the journal. I turned to hand it to me, but I shook my head. You read it. It's in Latin. I can't make heads or tails of it. She cocked an eyebrow at me and flipped the small book open. When she looked back up at me, it was with both suspicion and surprise.
Yeah, it is Latin. But translating this is impossible. It's full of words I've never heard before. I can barely understand any of this.
Page 216.
Huh?
Turn to page 216. You should be able to read that one. Phi's frown deepened. Phi's frown. Oh god, that's... But she did as I'd suggested. I watched her eyes quickly scan the page before looking up at me with renewed suspicion.
Yeah, I can read this page. How did you know?
In the back of the jacket where? Against her skin? If it was in her, within her skirt, how did we not see it? Magic. I mean, that's what's keeping that necklace so firmly planted on her boobs.
No, wait. How did you even know there was a journal in the lab?
I just knew.
You just knew. Come on.
Look, just read it, okay? Clover wants to hear what it has to say. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Give me a moment to look it over.
After a few moments of whispering to herself in Latin, Phi began to translate, paraphrasing the contents of the journal. Radical 6 reduces the processing speed of the brain by a factor of the root of 1/6. One of the symptoms, the infections, commit suicide, and then all this shit happens.
Oh,
that we know.
Lord, please. Let their future be a bright one.
Phi shut the journal with a soft slap. Sickly silence drifted through the room. The newspaper article, the recording, the conversation with Tenmyoji, and now this journal entry. There's no more hiding from the truth. The pandemic had already happened. So all of Clover's rage suddenly dissipated, and she collapsed to the floor, tears pouring down her face. None of us had the heart to say anything, and for several long moments, the only sound in the room was Clover's sobs.
We've got a problem. It's almost time for the primary doors to open.
Yeah, only 10 minutes left.
Sorry, but I'll be taking Alice's bracelet. Vi and I won't be able to open the secondary door without it.
So she was a magenta pair, just like me.
Cold but fair.
Just now noticed that, did ya?
As he spoke, Dio grabbed the bracelet off the floor and dropped it into his pocket.
What color is your bracelet, Luna?
I'm a cyan pair.
You are part of Clover's pair, then. That means the two of you will need to come with me.
I guess so. Come on now, Clover. We need to go. Alice would want you to survive, wouldn't she? You'll never be able to figure out why all this happened if you stay here. Please. You're right. Alice, I promise I'll find out what happened to you. I'll figure out who Zero really is. I mean, if you'd never been locked up in here, you never would have... This never would have happened.
Possible should have died earlier, considering this is most definitely in the future.
So it's like Zero killed you. I promise. I'll avenge you.
Clover stood up, rubbed her hands roughly over her eyes, smearing tears across her cheeks. Then with a determined frown, she strode out of the room.
All right, we're out of time. Move, people.
You guys head on down to the Floor B warehouse. We'll catch up with you later.
Oh, right. Quark's got the yellow bracelet, which makes him your partner, right?
Yeah, can't exactly leave him behind.
Without him, we'd end up stuck in the AB room.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go. See the rest of you once we picked up Quark.
Very well. Until we meet again.
Quark! You're awake!
Yeah, I just woke up. Hey, where's everybody else?
Oh god. Quark.
This is like the first time I've heard Quark talk in like 3 streams or something. Actually, no, yeah, we did at the beginning of last stream with the Luna betray. Semioji's entire body shook with emotion as he drew closer to him. He cautiously laid a trembling hand on the boy's shoulder, as almost if he were afraid Quark would disappear in a puff of smoke the moment he was touched. When Quark proved to indeed be corporeal, Semioji let out a cry and threw his arms around.
What's wrong?
Did he get the antidote in this path? I don't remember what path we were even on. He did, okay. Cool.
Are you okay, Grandpa?
It's nothing.
Dog, you got some thick fucking tears, man. Holy shit. Why are they like vaguely yellow?
Nothing's wrong.
Now who's the goddamn robot?
I'm fine.
But...
Quark gave him a puzzled look. Semioji didn't even notice. His face is a mixture of happiness and relief, and I could see tears twinkling from the wrinkled corners of his eyes. All traces of his usual gruff stoicism had vanished. I didn't want to interrupt such a happy reunion, but we're running out of time. Still, Semioji deserved a few minutes. I left them alone. At last, Semioji seemed to recover and shifted from an embrace to a protective arm around the shoulder.
So, how are you feeling?
Feeling? Well, okay, I guess. Was I sick or something?
No. You're not sick.
Well, he was sick, though. He asked you a past tense question, not a present tense. Okay, whatever.
If you feel fine, then you're fine.
Oh, so we were good people this route. Okay.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I should never have gotten you involved in all this.
What are you apologizing for?
Sorry.
Well, he just told you what he apologized for. You just don't know the context behind it.
You're doing it again. Are you sure you're okay? So, where's everybody else? Mr. Sigma's here, but he's just been standing there looking kind of silly.
I love Quark's coat, by the way. Would totally rock that. I gave him a nervous smile and explained about the white doors. I got the feeling Timioji didn't want Quark to know about Radical 6, so I avoided any mention of it for some reason. He didn't want him to... Okay. Alice's death was something I also left for later.
Okay, that makes sense. That means I'm on a team with you guys, right?
Right.
So, these white doors, when are they gonna open?
Well, we've got about 4 minutes until the primary doors open.
Oh, that's not good. We need to hurry. Come on. How do we get to the Floor B warehouse?
Okay, we're going.
You rapscallion. Happy music. Follow me. One second. Okay.
Chromatic doors have opened.
Oh, God damn it.
5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
You're late. Where the hell have you been? Quark?
You're awake! And fully recovered, apparently.
I am also relieved to see you well again.
Me too.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I looked out at the others from behind Quark and held a warning finger up to my lips. They all looked back at me like I was fucking stupid, because of course they did. There were a few momentarily raised eyebrows and some nervous coughing as everyone fell silent.
Huh?
Quark's perspective must have seemed especially odd.
Anyway, there isn't any time left. We need to hurry.
But there are 3 doors.
Which team goes in which door?
All of the doors are identical for this round. I believe it doesn't matter which team uses which door.
Then we're taking the one in the middle.
Why that one?
You want a kill shot, you aim for the center.
Good fucking lord, is Dio cringe.
You're more likely to just miss the extremities.
That logic is flawed and more than slightly disturbing.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't really have a counter-argument, so center door it is.
You're wrong, but fuck it.
I suppose we could go with the one on the left. Is that okay? I mean, we could go with the other one if you want.
He and Clover knowingly nodded.
Well, there's only one left.
The door on the right.
Any objections? All right, let's move.
I never take the right option. I only take the left option.
Doors close.
Hurry it up, Vi. This thing's gonna close.
I know.
It's time we were going as well.
Right. Sure.
Come on, guys. There's no time to waste.
Right behind you.
Let's go.
2, 1, 0.
Oh, door closed. We're fucked.
Chromatic doors closing.
think this is the first time we've been in one of these, right? No. We've been through here before. We've been through... Not this one. We're in the rec room, right? Security room. That's it. The rec room's... Yeah. Okay. What's this place?
Probably the office of whoever it is that's running this place.
It said director's office on the door.
So this might be Zero Senior's office?
Maybe. Or maybe not.
Well, which is it?
Why the hell would I know?
We should look around. If this really is Zero Senior's room, there might be some clues.
It is a shitty balloon. Yeah, you got a point. Let's get started then. Puzzle time, let's go. Here, I thought we were almost out of puzzles. Check something real quick. Where are we? Oh, here. Oh, Lord. Okay. This is still blocked, right? As is this. And then this is blocked. These are the worst goddamn business cards I have ever seen in my life. Can I move these? How'd they say to move them? Oh! Wait. Aha! I see. I don't really know what I'm making here, though, so... This is... What should be on top? No, that's not right. Okay, so there's a 3 and a 4. Double 0. Oh, fuck. Kibo 343. I'm assuming this is not the right order. Okay. Well, just so that I remember which order I had it in. Not this will matter, but it'll remind me of what all we have. Let's see Paul Allen's card. Yes, I would agree, Quark. I believe we need more information. There. Desktop. From there. I'm in the salvage business. Okay, sure. Jake can't really come to streams anymore. He's around a Discord. I'm 20. Jesus Christ. How can you be so cruel? Aw. Ah, it's funny. Alcoholism is funny. Oh, God. This is the ugliest slingshot I have ever seen. Put the fucking brandy on top. Fine. Fine. Oh, Grandpa. Oh, that's both very funny and very depressing. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Open this? Really? 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 It sounds like something a robot would say. Jones. Oh, but we don't have a clue. Or wait. Red to green, blue to white, purple to yellow. Purple to yellow is the tricky one here. No, it doesn't work with the blue. Oh, I see it. Wait. Fuck. I had it. Where'd it go? That's what I did. Videos! A bindeer. Buck up, it's just a fake. For those of you that might be international and don't get the pun, a buck is a name another name for a deer, or nickname, or male deer? I don't know. It's a deer. Business cards. Okay, good. I need that. It's an E. Parallelogram. Alright, let's look at these. Adults male deer. I'm from Wisconsin, I should know that, but I don't. Okay, so we have to start off like this, and then insert the women. Okay. I'm Chris John to me. Okay, so Girl likes to be on the left, so she can only be in one of those two places. Elle would like to be above Anne, and Anne prefers to be near Bob. But does she have to be right above Anne? Because if that's the case, then... Because if that's not the case, because otherwise it doesn't work. You'd have to go Ellen, Anne. Oh no, I have to switch those. And then that means Carol's here. Kate likes to be next to Michael. Sophie likes to be on the very right. Next to Michael. I wonder if I could have brute forced this if I put together that this would say book. Because I had KB, but I thought those were numbers, not letters. Book 334. Okay. So that makes an H. This definitely says help, right? So we have slingshot, short spear, use as can we use it as a key? Circular hole. Can I? There we go. Key bone's connected to the slot bone. The slot bone's connected to the facial recognition bone. Dude, you really want to do it. The deer? Wow. I completely forgot about that. I thought it was something important. Oh, I guess it could still be. It might not be porn, I suppose. There's something on the other side of there. We are in a villain's secret lair. Yeah, I would think. This ready yet? All right, sit down. I don't have a... No. Mind bullets? Look how cool I am. There's something else. Is that it? Oh, we have to make that parallelogram, right? Wait. Oh, Lord. Wait, oh, we can rotate it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on, hold on. Oh, we don't have... Okay. Well, fuck me. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot first. Problem is... You know what? No. Maybe if this was earlier in stream, but it's getting towards the end of the night. I don't really want to fuck around with this too much. That and I suck with shapes anyways. Escape parallelogram. See, like, I don't think I've even would have done it this way. Like, I might have had it like the opposite. Would have still counted? Or did it have to be facing right? This seems like this would have been a fucking nightmare on the DS. A goddamn nightmare. Like, I could see people going mad, like, thinking that they did it right, but then it's not working, so they're like, oh, I must have fucked up, and they end up doing something, like, completely off the rails. This way. Squire. I mean, I don't take any shame in doing this. It's just for the blue password anyways. Well, assuming that I can actually put this together. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's something at least. Oh, I just have to check it. Oh yeah, who's the man? Not me. Not me. IILP is what it said? IILP. Yeah, that didn't seem too bad. I would have given that a shot if this was like, if we had done this puzzle like early in the stream. But I don't have the patience for something like that right now. For something that like I know it would be really difficult. That's your green password. Actually was not paying attention at all to the passwords. Like, cause like I know the solution. The solution's right here in terms of like what it has to be. Probably would have just taken a little while. Too long for me to want to do that. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like, you got it, but like trying to get it all neatly into the fucking was insane, is what you're saying. Are you fucking kidding me? Quark, you're so bad. Excuse me? Yeah, I know what her goddamn... Well, I, the player, know what her name is. Wait a goddamn minute. So you're telling me Tenmyoji might be Junpei? Did not see that coming. Did not see that one coming. Never considered. I have to put it in again? Fucking kidding me? How could he be Junpei? Well, we know they use cryogenic freezing methods, so that's easily explained that way. Assuming they could be frozen for that long. I mean, I've thought for a while that this is well after the 1 year. Clover and Alice. They claim they were kidnapped the same week, but not necessarily the same year. Not to mention, Dio wasn't kidnapped, right? He found his way in. We already know, like, it was his mission to get in. And we don't know about Phi. We just assume. Okay. There's a lot of stuff where people don't react. And they should. That can be chalked up to the game just being not wanting to tip its hand too early. And I'm not sure, did each one of them see the magazine? I'm not even sure if each one of them saw the magazine. Yeah, I think you should probably stop, though. But yeah, if it's not Junpei, that wouldn't make any sense. Because Akane has to be very old, and for Akane to be very old, then Clover must be very old. That photo looks ancient. So, I mean, you try to logic your way all around this all you want, but something is deceptive. Or just not done, or not done in a way to not make you think about it in the way that you're supposed to immediately, eventually. Look at it. Sometimes you just need to let the streamer play the story. Oh, man.
No! Damn it!
What's wrong?
I left something in the director's office.
What was it?
Picture?
The picture. Ugh, how could I forget it?
Oh yeah, we must have set it down after using the face recognition thing.
Yeah.
Didn't you grab it from me?
I'm going back. You two go on ahead to the warehouse.
I want to come with you.
Nah, that's fine. Why don't you head back to the warehouse, Sigma? The others are probably already waiting.
All right, that seems like a terrible idea, but I'll see you two later.
Bye, Mr. Sigma.
Watch them jog off toward the blue door. And they were gone. Guess I should be getting back then. I stepped into the warehouse to find all the other teams already there. Kay and Luna, Vi and Clover, and Dio. The moment Dio spotted me, he dashed over to the rightmost AB room and slid his card through the reader. Well, at least he waited that time, I suppose.
An Ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
As he turned to look at me, I swear I saw a flash of a smug grin.
There. Happy? This time I waited for you to get back before I opened it.
I am happy, thank you.
I can be considerate.
But Tenmyoji and Quark aren't here.
Yeah, where are they?
But they know that we finished the puzzle. That's what's most important. I guess they forgot something back in the room we found. I'm right back to grab it real quick.
And they'll be here in a few minutes. No big deal.
I'm actually on with Dio on this one. Like, I don't know what he's throwing a hissy fit about. They're not back yet. Okay. We have how long to wait still? And he knows that we finished the puzzle. Like, while we waited, we exchanged information about the rooms we investigated. Fortunately, none of it seemed very useful. None of us had found anything, and we were no closer to unraveling any of the increasing number of mysteries we were faced with. That discussion exhausted, we sat down to wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. Before long, 20 minutes had passed since Dio opened the door and Tenmyoji and Quark were nowhere in sight.
Don't you think they're taking a little long?
Yes, I'm getting worried. What if something happened to them?
I'll go have a look.
Then I shall accompany you.
Nah, I'll be fine by myself. It's not that far away.
Just don't look into the abyss too long, or you might become a monster.
What the fuck are you talking? Okay. Look, I'm just going to the director's office. I'll be back. No big deal. Right, see you guys later. Hope we'll find a whole lot of murdered people. I gave a quick goodbye wave and stepped out of the warehouse. Yeah, no drama because fucking Tenmyoji wasn't around. He's a catalyst for all the drama. Huh? That's odd. There's nobody here. Picture's gone, though. Tenmyoji and Quark must have been here then. Laid out the floor B map. Must have taken the door that faces the warehouse. After that, they probably went through the warehouse out the blue door to the elevator. Yeah, that's a much shorter route. On the other hand, I came through the red door, which is kind of a long way around. Huh, looks like we managed to miss each other perfectly. Well, this was a huge waste of time. Shoot. Might as well head back, I suppose. Packed up the map and was headed toward the door when... Huh? There was a light on where there hadn't been on... there was a light on where there hadn't been a light before. What? Why is that on? We messed with it earlier, but nothing seemed to work. I felt a sudden wave of inexplicable, nauseating dread. The light stared at me. I swallowed and edged cautiously towards it. The machine was in arm's reach now. I stretched out my hand toward it slowly. Slowly.
So, you finally made it.
No, you're...
I am Zero. I was the one who brought you here. You undoubtedly have as many questions for me as there are stars in the sky. As you can see, however, this is only a recording. I will therefore be unable to directly answer any questions. Ask if you wish, but I cannot respond.
Ugh. I considered taking a swing at him, but decided that was spectacularly futile and kept my bald fist at my side.
Now, where to begin? There are many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately, our time is limited. As such, the information I can provide is also limited. I have chosen two things of great importance to tell you. First, I will tell you about termites. In retrospect, I suppose that's a rather odd thing to say. I imagine you look rather bewildered right now. Perfectly understandable. The person who kidnapped you and threatened you with death is lecturing you about insects. I suspect it hardly seems fair. Nonetheless, this is very important, so I ask that you listen carefully. Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space.
I wonder if that's Snake.
So, are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints detailing which room goes where? No, of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create. But a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what the termite builds. Now, consider humans. Why are we alive? Why do we love and give birth? Why do we create? From where do our cultures spring? There are many theories, but no one knows the truth. We are oblivious cogs in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of human DNA. No doubt you see now what this analogy is supposed to illustrate. Yes, I mean to say humans are not different from termites. We trudge through our lives with no greater understanding of our ultimate goal. You might say we don't understand what we're building. Only an intelligence of a higher order than ours can understand what we're doing. Imagine how we might look to such an intelligence. We may be building some structure so perfect and elegant, we can't even perceive it.
That's arrogant.
Whatever it is, we've likely been building it on a dimension just above the ones we know since time immemorial. If we are like the termites, then what we've created is almost certainly something of tremendous beauty.
You're really confident in humans.
And you are about to catch a glimpse of it. Or have you already? Well, that's enough on that subject, I think. Consider what I've said. Now, let's move on to the second topic. It is somewhat more immediately meaningful to your life, and, in fact, the lives of several billion other people. I realize this is rather sudden, but I have a password for you.
God damn it.
It is the password to disarm the bomb, numbered 1.
Bomb?
Are you ready? I will only say this once, so pay close attention.
Yeah.
The password to disarm the number 1 bomb is BQZ RGJ DXR.
I had no idea what he was talking about. What bomb? Is he saying there were bombs too? If he'd guessed at my future confusion, he showed no signs of it.
That is the last of the information this message was meant to convey. Before I go, however, I have a warning. You cannot tell any of your companions what you heard or saw here. If you do, you will be penalized immediately.
With immediate effect. Yeah, I would figure they're just key rings that don't have keys on it.
I hope we will meet again someday. We would have much to discuss.
Wait! God damn it, you can't just spot all that crap and disappear! It doesn't fucking matter. I found myself yelling at empty air. Hologram had disappeared. What kind of idiot does he take me for? Termites? Other dimensions? How could it have anything to do with kidnapping us? How could that have anything to do with kidnapping us? Shit! I kicked at a nearby shelf.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Oh, crap. I need to get back. Not like there's any point staying here. Spun around and ran out of the room toward the warehouse.
Grandpa, look! Mr. Sigma's back!
Took you long enough.
Ugh. Where are the others?
In the AB rooms.
They went in already? Why didn't you two? Have you been waiting for me?
Yeah! Grandpa said there was something he had to tell you before we voted, no matter what.
Oh?
Nothing that significant. Just wanted to tell you we're going to choose ally this round. That's it.
And you had to tell me that no matter what? Seems kind of pointless. I mean, words are cheap. You can promise whatever you want.
True, but we've got something to back it up. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Quark and I both have 8 BP. We're already on the home stretch. So what do we need to get to the magic number? Well, we need you to choose ally. If you do that, it doesn't really matter to us what we pick.
You get to 9 whether you got 2 or 3 points.
Exactly. That being the case, we don't have any reason to betray you. And if we both choose ally, we both gain points.
True, but you must have considered that I'll choose betray. That would mean you choose betray to protect yourself.
But that's why we're telling you we won't choose betray.
Mm-hmm.
Can I trust you?
Of course.
Alright, tell me one thing. Let's say we do this when both ally. Everybody gets 2 points. That means you and Quark will have enough to leave, which is great for you. But I'll be stuck with a measly 5. I know you aren't going to just open the number 9 door and leave us in a lurch.
I can guarantee it. I can give you my word. I will not open the number 9 door, even if I have enough points to do so. I swear it. We aren't going to abandon everybody else just so we can escape.
I swear too. I promise.
I mean, he'll just knock your ass out and carry you out. Man, so all you got is a promise,
When I make a promise, I keep it. Trust me.
Please! You've got to trust us!
Alright, fine. I'll trust you.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
We're counting on you, Sigma.
You gotta choose ally. You promised!
That they turned and ran to the AB room, second from the right. Oh, guess I should get moving.
One minute remains until Ambidex.
Yeah. I had a decision to make. Should I trust Quark and Tenmyoji? Well, I could believe they were telling the truth and still betray them. That would bring my BP up to 6. Be that much closer to 9. Choosing betray would guarantee that they wouldn't try and escape without the rest of us. Betrayal seems like the safe bet. What?
Please! You've gotta trust us! You've gotta choose ally! You promised!
Something evil about that smile. How it curls up so high. Tenmyoji I could betray easily enough, but Quark? What was I gonna do?
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
Yeah. We've been through this already.
5, 4, 3.
Really?
2.
You could have just started at
1.
3. Jesus Christ.
Round 3 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
If you're disappointed, then you haven't been paying attention to who I am.
Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you, Ambidex.
Yeah, I know. Talk like a goddamn snail. If they could speak human language.
Result, please.
Yeah. Wow! dicks! Why would they do that? Oh, this will be interesting.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please.
Oh, this is super interesting. See,
your updated bracelet points.
This is what's interesting about this, because if they didn't ally, this is so much more interesting than if I had betrayed. Hey! What the fuck? Why'd you betray me?
I had nothing to do with this. I made the vote.
Grandpa.
Alright, fine. Why'd you break your promise, Tenmyoji?
I only promised you one thing. We wouldn't open the number 9 door, even if we got 9 points.
What? So, you're not going to leave?
Not what I said. Of course we're going to leave.
What?
Look, see Clover over there?
What? Don't tell me. Yeah, you know, Tenmyoji, your mental gymnastics aside.
Oh no.
You could just say, oh, I never promised you one thing. You just be like, dude, so Clover, we knew Clover was gonna leave. So we had to make sure we got points so that we'd leave. Like, don't try to give me that nonsense.
Jeez.
That bitch.
Wait. Quark and Tenmyoji have...
Words are barely out of her mouth and Tenmyoji and Quark ran past.
No! God damn it!
Oh, I do love seeing Dio in despair, though.
Clover. Are you really going to leave? Well, yeah. Why else would I open the door?
But why?
I'm going to go call the others, so we can capture Zero Senior.
Tenmyoji, are you and Quark going too?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
So Sigma, happy? I kept my promise. Clover opened the door, not me.
Like hell I'm happy. That's some shady shit, Tenmyoji.
You say so. I have to get out of here, and that's that. He's gotta pay for what he's done.
He?
Zero.
You mean you know who Zero Senior is?
Yeah. No point keeping it a secret now, I suppose. I know exactly who Zero Senior is.
What?
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Time to move.
Right.
Oh, wait! This is for you, Mr. Sigma.
Quark held something out. I looked down to see 2 pieces of folded paper. What is this?
It's a letter. I wrote it in the director's office before the AB game. I wanted to tell you what kind of guy Grandpa is, so read it, okay?
He pressed it into my hand. Oh, I'm not
See
gonna
you later, Mr. Sigma.
tell a child off. Go, Quark. Let's go. Go on, you little rascal. Then he turned and ran towards the door, Tenmyoji and Clover following in his footsteps. I was so surprised by the letter that I didn't even try to stop them, before I could think of anything to say.
See you.
Goodbye.
The number 9 door has closed.
So, like, betraying them doesn't do anything, but fuck them over too.
This ends the Nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over.
Yeah, fuck. God damn, I'm tired of that announcer.
Shit. They're gone.
All we can do now is hope they bring help back.
Indeed.
I agree.
Looked down at Quark's letter and slowly unfolded it. His handwriting was still slightly uneven, but he'd filled both pages with writing, so I began to read. Was he got, like, backwards E's and shit? It was a really stormy day when he found me. He said the rain was coming down so hard it almost hurt, but somehow he managed to hear a baby crying. guess I must have been crying pretty loud. He took me home and did his best to raise me, but he'd never been married or had a kid before, so I think it was really hard for him. Didn't figure out how to mix the formula, so he's always carrying the directions around with him. Also, I guess I was a pretty picky eater, so if he didn't get the water to formula ratio just right, I wouldn't eat it. Guess I was kind of a pain, huh? But he didn't give up, and now here I am. When he found me, I was really, really small, and he was worried that I might not make it. That's why he named me Quark. And Quark is a really, really small thing, and I was really, really small too. Grandpa didn't need to worry though, because it turned out that I was pretty tough. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of his truck and drove off. I rolled out and went off the back, but I did. Oh! Yo, what's up, Max? No, I'm not on top chat. It might not the thing on the overlay is always on top chat though. There's nothing I can do about that. This is negligence. I rolled out and went off the back, but I didn't even get scratched. I started walking when I was 2, and when I wasn't looking, I fell down the stairs. I didn't get hurt then either. When I was 3, I got really sick. I had a super high fever for a week, but eventually I got better. I guess you could say I'm pretty lucky. Anyway, I didn't really have any more accidents after that, and I was a pretty healthy kid. By the time I was 6, I started helping Grandpa out with his work. His job was to gather junk from abandoned buildings. Then he'd fix it up or pull out the useful parts and sell them. There were plenty of abandoned buildings, but finding good stuff in them was hard. You had to know which parts were useful or you could end up wasting a bunch of time. Every time I'd find something, he explained to me what it was, how it was supposed to work, how to fix it, all sorts of things. Usually, though, I just wanted to finish up work so I could go to the theater. The theater came to our town once a week in a wagon. They'd show old news or movies. I went every single week, but Grandpa only went once in a while, and he'd only go weeks when they showed movies. Oh yeah, I didn't know that I'd been adopted until I was 7. One of the other kids on my block told me. I guess after Grandpa found me, he looked all over town to try and find someone who'd take me. The kid from my block actually had a mom, and he'd asked her if she would take me too. I gotta admit, I was pretty shocked when I heard that. There weren't a lot of kids with parents around, so hearing that someone lived with his actual mom was pretty impressive. I was also kind of surprised that Grandpa had tried to get someone else to take me. Did that mean he didn't want me? The kid who told me about Grandpa trying to get rid of me was a real jerk. He was totally spoiled, and he bragged to everyone about how he had a mom. He liked to come up to me when I was working and say stuff like, "Must be hard not having a mother." It never bothered me before, but after I found out that Grandpa had adopted me, I started to think that maybe he didn't really want me. If I could work on my own, then he could get rid of me. I was scared to know the truth, so I never asked him. And one day he took me to a bar in our neighborhood. During the day, of course. Okay? That doesn't make it any better. He went there sometimes to drink scotch, but I'd never gone before. When we got in, he just walked up to the counter with that grumpy look he has, and I thought, oh no, he's gonna make me work here, but I was wrong. I saw him pass something to the bartender, and then he picked me up and sat me down on a stool next to the counter. The stool was pretty high, especially for a 7-year-old kid, and my legs just dangled off of it. It seemed really, really high to me, and I was pretty nervous. Eventually, the bartender came back with a glass of scotch and another big glass full of something else. As I looked closer, I realized the second glass was full of some sort of brown liquid with a scoop of ice cream in it. It took me a minute to realize what it was. A root beer float! Oh god, that sounds good. I'd never seen one before. I was so surprised. Beer was even more expensive than the nicest alcohol in the bar. To me and the other kids, it seemed more like an urban legend than a real drink. But there it was, right in front of me. I stared at the float, still wasn't sure it was real at that point, and then turned to look at Grandpa. He looked back at me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the bartender. He'd already turned around and moved off, though, so I figured he must have put the glass down in front of me on purpose. It didn't seem like it could be real, and I was just staring at it when Grandpa told me to hurry up and drink it before the ice cream melted. His gruff voice sounded like an angel's. Is this really mine? He nodded. Words can't describe how awesome it was. Never tasted anything like root beer before. The creamy sweetness of the ice cream made my entire head feel like, oh god. Oh, they are tasty. Felt like the luckiest boy in the whole world. It's not an exaggeration, I really thought that. The root beer float was delicious, but what made me even happier was Grandpa. When I looked over at him, he was smiling. I know that's gotta be hard for you to imagine, but he really was. Right then I didn't care whether he just found me and adopted me or not. He bought me a root beer float. That made me way luckier than some kid who had a mother but had never tasted beer. Oh! Oh, Lord. This might be Quark's ending, not Tenmyoji's. Yeah, weird flex, but okay. So there are, each character has like an exposition dump that they do. Of course, after we left the bar, he was the first kid I bragged to. I don't mind this exposition as much either. I don't know why, but it doesn't feel as long, even though it kind of is. It also paints a picture of what was going on outside without telling you, and that's really interesting. Because now we know this happened in the future, because root beer is not a fucking uncommon thing in any, unless they live in like a third world country. Yeah, it's a matter of like, he gave you the note after he left, so it's like, I got shit else to do but read this anyways. So Grandpa and I were doing pretty good until the fight. I was in a super bad mood that day. I'd torn one of my shoes that morning and some old drunk guy had yelled at me. All the junk I found was totally useless. The day was almost over and I was fed up, so I just grabbed some random trash and took it back to the house. When I showed what I found to Grandpa, he frowned. I started going through each thing I brought back, explaining why they were all useless. I got really mad and just yelled, "I don't care." Then he got mad and I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I was pretty upset and I started thinking that maybe Grandpa had only adopted me so he could raise me to work and make money for him. Shit, I don't know. When either I'm in Arizona or you're in Wisconsin for some god-forsaken reason. Much better be the former instead of the latter. After a while, I went and hid in an abandoned building, but by then I'd started to calm down and think that maybe I should go back and apologize. It had started raining pretty hard though, so I decided I should wait for it to stop. That was just an excuse. The truth was that I was nervous. Part of me knew I'd done something wrong, but I didn't want to admit it. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring out at the gloomy gray sky. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess I sometimes have to remember that, like, for us, like, seeing the Packers Lambeau is like, whatever, but if you're a Packers fan, you don't live around here, that could, you know, it's probably, like, way more interesting, which makes sense. Just like, for me, the desert's super interesting, but for you, it's like, man, there's fucking desert everywhere, who cares? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't watched the last two games. I just can't watch them. Like, their offense is painful to watch. Ugh. No, sad. That was just more sad than what this game is doing to me. That was just an excuse. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring out at the gloomy gray sky and imagined Grandpa coming to get me. It kept raining all night and he never showed up. I gave up waiting and decided it's time to go home. I was about halfway there when I heard somebody groaning. First I thought I should just ignore it and not get involved, but I went over anyways and it was Grandpa. He was totally soaked and I could tell right away that he'd been there for a really long time. I yelled and he opened his eyes a little bit. He smiled weakly and said he was glad I was safe. He spent all night in the rain looking for me. I felt awful. Grandpa had been out in the rain looking for me so long that he collapsed. I was horrible. He heard me crying in the rain, but I hadn't heard him. As I ran to get the doctor, I promised whatever god might be listening that if they would only save Grandpa, I'd never ask for another root beer float ever again. Or Mom. He got a real bad fever and his temperature wouldn't go down for days. The doctor said if it kept up, he'd die. If he died, then I'd be all alone. There wouldn't be anybody left to care about me. The thought of that happening terrified me. Unfortunately, I must have passed some of my luck on to Grandpa because a week later his fever finally broke. I was glad he wasn't going to die, but I was also a little scared. If he had decided he didn't want a stupid kid like me around anymore. My plan was to apologize as soon as he woke up, but when the moment came, my brain just stopped. Grandpa started to talk, and it took me a minute to realize he was apologizing. I didn't know what to think. He explained that he was an old man and that meant he was probably going to die sooner rather than later. He was strict with me because he wanted to make sure I'd be able to make it on my own after he was gone, but maybe he'd been a little too strict. All the things I'd worry about had been stupid and selfish. Grandpa cared about me a whole lot. He'd been worried when I ran off and he'd gone into the rain to look for me. Tried to apologize, but when I opened my mouth, I just started crying. I don't think I've cried that much since I was a baby. But he just smiled and patted my head. I asked him if he'd ever regretted adopting me. His eyes got all wide and said, of course not. He told me that he was looking for a really important lady, and because of that, he'd had to give up on pretty much everything else in his life. But when he took me in and started raising me, he felt like he'd gotten some of what he lost back. That was when I decided I'd stay with him forever, even if he said I couldn't. That's just the end of this ending. Oh, it is the Tenmyoji end. What's the Quark end then? So we got 3 more endings plus the true end. Wait, no, we just have all 9 endings. That's how we do it. I mean, you think that scalpel would just bounce right off of him? Alright, so where are we here? Got K, Clover, Dio. Wow, Tenmyoji is always all down here. So we've done 2 of the 3 escape rooms. I'm guessing the other one's here. I guess it could be here. No, that wouldn't make sense. There's only 1 per path. So 1, 2, and it's okay. So this next escape room is going to be one of these. Blocked. Could betray here. And then Clover just leaves and whatever. Then we have green. Blocked. Blocked. All right. Yeah, this one. Oh. Kind of want to get the betray out of the way, but I'm also tired. So I think we're just going to call it there. Yeah. I'll be back probably Tuesday. That's the plan. Hoping to get this done in 3 streams. We'll see if I can do that. We got 4 done in 2. Hopefully we can get another 4 done in 2, and then the last one would be 3. And then that would be, the last stream will be on Halloween then, that Monday. 2 next week, 1 on Halloween. That's because you're on the West Coast. It's fine, I understand. But yeah. Hit me up. Let me know how things have been going. Alright, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thank you to Easy for the raid. Much appreciated. And, yeah. I will see you guys next week. So, until next time. Peace out.
Yeah, exactly.